is the home of the NBA Finals. ABC Sports Championship Television.
No matter the sport, there's something about a champion. Champions bring style. They bring substance. They bring aggression. And they bring defense. Champions bring a look of invincibility. It's the look Detroit had last year. For that matter, last week. But on the final stage, 2 games can change everything. So now the champs are flustered, frustrated, and they might be down for the count. Times are desperate in Detroit.
The Spurs will head to the Palace of Auburn Hills with a 2-0 lead in the finals.
Now back in their house, the Pistons look to repeat last year's finals run. Sweep all 3 at home, regain that edge, return their swagger, or they can get ready to kiss the trophy goodbye. It's Game 3 of the NBA Finals and Chevrolet NBA Game Time. Greetings from America's Motor City. Rip Hamilton, the top scorer in the playoffs. Only 14 in each of the first 2 games. Rebounding down for Ben Wallace. Can he turn it around? Manu Ginobili, the skyrocketing star from Argentina. The all-star performances this year and in the first 2 games. And the steady star, Tim Duncan, led San Antonio to 2 home wins. And now we shift the scene to the Eastern Conference champs. The defending NBA champs at home in a building as loud and as full as any in the league throughout 2005. Welcome to the Palace of Auburn Hills, Game 3 of the 2005 NBA Finals and Chevrolet NBA Game Time. Hi, everyone. Mike Tirico, Hall of Famer Bill Walton, Greg Anthony here as we get set. Tip time a little bit after the top of the hour. Huge news in the NBA today. Phil Jackson back with the Lakers. We're going to hear from Phil momentarily. But first, the story here. It's pretty dire. You know, teams don't come back from down 3-0. So tonight, Detroit down 0-2 looks at this history. Only 2 teams in NBA history have come back in the finals down 0-2. Mr. Walton was a key member of the 1977 Portland Trailblazer team that did that. So who better to ask than how did the Pistons get back in it?
Get a game from Ben Wallace. Ben Wallace is the defensive player of the year in the entire NBA. And for the last couple series, he's been a complete non-factor here. I can't remember a single thing that he has done other than whine to the officials. Now, leave the defensive end alone and switch to the offensive side. You've got Rip Hamilton, Chauncey Billups, and Tayshaun Prince, the key to this world championship team. And they're doing nothing out there. As a team, Detroit is scoring 72 points a game, and that won't get it done even at the high school level.
Well, you know, for the first time since Larry Brown has been at the helm of the Detroit Pistons, they find themselves in a series being outworked. And that's exactly what the San Antonio Spurs have done. And I think it stems from a lack of respect from Detroit towards San Antonio. Well, San Antonio showed that respect in games 1 and 2 with their great effort. It'll be interesting to see if tonight Detroit finally respects San Antonio and brings the same type of effort.
The Pistons have lived on the edge all year, and they've been able to survive. This is a really tough one because the Spurs are very good. It's not just an individual, it's a team, the entire team. As we're bringing Al Michaels courtside. Al, that's the beauty of this Spurs team. They don't think they've played a great game yet they're in the driver's seat.
Exactly, and you never know who can beat you. And, of course, the Pistons now know Manu Ginobili can beat you because he's been the big man twice. But Robert Horry had a big night the other night. You've got Tony Parker, of course, and you have Udrih coming off the bench. But there's one guy, that one man, that rock in the middle, Tim Duncan. 8 years in the league, all NBA, all 8 years, 2-time finals MVP. And as I bring in UB Brown, he reminds me a lot of Pete Sampras. He's a champion. He wins. It's understated. And like Sampras, I think Duncan won't really be appreciated until after he's retired. You look back and go, he was phenomenal.
That's right. I love the comparison. When you think of both young men, on the court, it's excellence. Off the court, both very humble and also lead private lives. Now, in this series, Tim Duncan is doing what he does best. The players love him because of the fact that in traffic, in this series, averaging 4 offensive rebounds. He will subject himself to play team basketball. Then we know that he's going to block shots. He's averaging 3 a game. And then, oh, by the way, he's going to give you 21 points. So we have the entire package. Points, rebounding, shot blocking, and then he's going to lead by example, especially at crunch time.
Ready for Game 3, San Antonio and Detroit. Should be a good one. Back up to you guys. Mike?
Okay, Al, we'll see you guys in a little bit. Of course, the other story is the man who coached his last game in this building 364 days ago, Phil Jackson with the Lakers. Of course, he left. The Lakers dissolved. Shaquille O'Neal traded to Miami. Kobe Bryant re-signing as a free agent. Jackson coming out with a book with a lot of criticism of Kobe in there. Well, after all that, and will he or won't he, today it became official. Phil Jackson will return to coach the Lakers, a 3-year contract, and Jackson was asked if, after all the comments made, he can coach Kobe Bryant again.
I think it's a matter of trust and a matter of rebuilding the trust that we've had. And yes, I have talked to Kobe, and he called me this morning and congratulated me on the job. And I felt confident that he's confident that we can go forward. And I think that was the important part.
Here's Kobe Bryant's statement on the return of Phil Jackson. I put my complete trust in Dr. Jerry Buss, owner of the Lakers, and general manager Mitch Kupchak. In Phil Jackson, they chose a proven winner. That is something I support. That is also a vanilla statement. Kobe tried to keep his hands clean to say he wasn't the guy who orchestrated all this. Phil, your read on it.
Now we know Phil's price on the player-coach relationship. Kobe, for this thing to work, Kobe has to become a team player and allow Phil Jackson to do his job as the coach.
Well, you know, two things tell me that Kobe Bryant is starting to grow and mature. The first is the hard lesson he learned last season when it was quite evident that he alone is not good enough to take the Lakers to that championship level. Secondly, and probably more importantly, is the fact that he deferred and said, look, I will accept Phil Jackson as a coach because after all of the personal issues that they had, this guy's looking beyond that. I think he wants to win.
This is about the money.
Well, Phil got a lot of money, as much as any coach in the NBA. Rumors between $7 and $10 million, but he's back, and I guess we'll be back at the Staples Center a little bit next year. Coming up, Ahmad Rashad's going to talk to Phil's old star, Scottie Pippen, his thoughts on the comeback. Stevie Wonder is going to perform live in the building. Tony Parker and Rasheed Wallace et al. Getting set for Game 3 of the Finals. Stevie Wonder performs live when you come back.
Chevrolet NBA Game Time on ABC. Brought to you by Chevy, the new Chevrolets, an American revolution. And American Express.
30 minutes or so north of downtown Detroit. Chevrolet NBA Game Time continues. Defensive Player of the Year, Ben Wallace and company. A little nervous energy. They need to come out very good early on in this game because I can tell you guys that being here a lot during the regular season and also being in this exact spot when it was 1-1 last year in the finals against the Lakers, this place was jumping. I couldn't hear the people next to me. It's kind of quiet, low-key here. Don't you feel that?
I'm surprised because this is one of this is the most electric building in the entire NBA, and the crowd is subdued. Usually by this point they're yelling at me and throwing things, and I'm very calm.
Well, you spoke of electricity. The lights are out because there's concern that the Pistons season could be over.
No, it's because there's a performance from Stevie Wonder. But we talk about the crowd and playing at home. And does that matter to the players? You guys have played in the finals.
Yes, it does. This crowd, they need to drive these guys. This crowd, they need to lift the spirits of their heroes, the Detroit Pistons. That's what this is all about. Right now, the Pistons, they're questioning themselves, and it's the responsibility of these fans to pick them up and say, we believe we are not going to let you quit.
But wait a minute. Where's all the stuff I've heard? The crowd doesn't make a basket. The crowd doesn't defend. What about all that that you guys have told me for
I
years?
would say this about a home court. I don't think that it necessarily impacts a great road team, but it does positively impact a home team because they need to feed off of that energy and that fire and that will.
Well, the building may get a jolt from the next performance. We're near Motown, so why not a little bit of the sounds of Motown, one of the greats of all time, to introduce a legendary performer, because legends are born at the finals, to the voice of the palace, Mason.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2005 NBA Finals, where legends are born. Tonight, Game 3 of the San Antonio Spurs and your Detroit Pistons for the championship of the world. Please give a big welcome to the man, the voice, the messenger, legendary Motown recording artist and Grammy Award winner, Detroit's own Stevie Wonder.
We live in a time where every nation's fighting around the world, and we can all agree that peace is the way. Shame on us. Say, shame on me. Shame on you. Shame on them. Shame on us. Shame on me. Shame on you. Shame on them. Shame on us. So what? If you're locked in a marriage and your other half is giving you abuse, if you convince yourself that there's a way out, shame on you. And we're jamming the music and somebody's got the audacity to say that they can jam it better than us. Shame on them. And just to be just a handful to believe that we are totally free and there's no need to fight for equality. Shame on us.
Ladies and gentlemen, Stevie Wonder.
Stevie will be back to perform the national anthem as we get closer to tip time here in Auburn Hills. And the fans outside working their way in. They know they need not just number 3, but 3 in a row at home. The Pistons did it last year in the finals, the first team to ever do that. Richard Hamilton has to lead the way. Chevrolet NBA game time continues. A moment ago, Greg Popovich in the back, sitting next to his star, Tim Duncan. It's a private moment of motivation before they take the floor, try to take a 3-0 lead. Time now for the Chevrolet Courtside Report. Who better to talk to about the finals than the man who won 6 championships? Michael Jordan, when he won championships, everyone right there next to him, Scottie Pippen. Everybody says, hey, this guy's a Scottie Pippen type when they talk about the draft. No, they're not. Nobody's found somebody with this unique set of skills. One of the 50 best all time in the NBA. Scottie Pippen with Ahmad Rashad. Ahmad.
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Big news today, Phil Jackson going back to the Lakers. Now, Phil called him uncoachable. Now he's back coaching. Can they coexist?
Well, I think they can. I mean, and I think people have taken out of context when Phil says uncoachable. You know, I played for Phil for 9 years in Chicago, and he likes everybody on his staff to be able to coach his players. And I see that being a problem with Kobe, being a young player who probably didn't have a lot of respect for a guy like Tex Winter. And Phil Jackson's one of those coaches that takes that to heart.
Well, Kobe's not a young player anymore, and not a real ringing endorsement having a statement come from your agent.
Yeah, I mean, but, you know, Phil is such a great coach that I think his impact on Kobe Bryant will last forever, you know, and no matter what Phil says to him as a coach publicly, I'm sure Kobe has heard it 4 or 5 times personally.
All right, let's talk about this series right now. It seems to me that San Antonio has knocked the swagger out of Detroit.
Well, it seems that way, but, you know, I'd just like to say that San Antonio Spurs, they're a great home team, and it's very difficult to go there and win, let alone play well. I mean, you're talking about one of the top defensive teams, as well as a team that lost only 3 games at home.
Well, I'm sure they got their attention here now, even though they're back here in Detroit, because last year they're up 2-0 against the Lakers. The Lakers win the next 4.
Well, I look at San Antonio Spurs and I say they're a much better basketball team this year than they were a year ago. You know, you look at Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker, they're having a superb season right now, series I should say, but you look at Ginobili, he was an all-star this year, so he's playing with a lot of more confidence right now. He's coming off an Olympic season, so they're a very difficult team to beat right now.
What about Detroit? They've always been good with their backs against the wall, but San Antonio right now has their foot on their throats.
It's tough to have your backs against the wall against one of the better teams in the league. It's going to be a very difficult task for them to come back and get in this series, but they have to start by shooting the basketball better. I think that's been their Achilles heel in this series, the fact that they haven't been able to put the ball in the basket, and it's allowed San Antonio to really get their transition game going.
San Antonio mindset coming into the game tonight.
To come here and continue to drop the ball into the big anchor, continue to play the same way you played throughout the first couple of games. Don't let this crowd get you riled, and I think they'll be fine.
How much pressure on Detroit, though? I said it was a must-win the last game. It's a really must-win tonight.
Well, I do believe it is a must-win, and I think a lot of pressure falls on the Detroit Pistons. I think mostly in the first quarter. It depends on how they get off in the first quarter will determine how they play throughout the game, because I felt like guys like Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace have not brought the activity and action that they need from their bigs to be effective.
You have more experience in these kind of finals than anybody I know. Well, there is one other guy I know that has the same kind of experience. I want you to give me a pick tonight.
Well, I feel San Antonio will come out and win this game. One reason only is because they are a good road team and that they're a very porous team. This is a team that doesn't get rattled. And I think Coach Popovich really has a lot of confidence in his team on the road, playing in other arenas, that they're going to be very poised, not taking bad shots, and they will continue to defend.
Scottie Pippen, always great to see you, man.
Thank you, my pleasure.
All right, thanks for coming. Mike?
All right, Ahmad, thank you.
Chevrolet Courtside Report.
The Chevrolet Courtside Report here at the Finals.
An American Revolution.
You saw Ben Wallace and the Pistons taking the floor. We are set for Game 3. Final thoughts from the guys right after this.
Chevrolet NBA Game Time on ADC. Brought to you by Chevy, the new Chevrolets, an American Revolution. And Batman Begins in theaters Wednesday, June 15th.
Chevrolet here in Detroit just before Game 3. Richard Hamilton is from Pennsylvania, Coatesville, Pennsylvania. What makes Rip run? How does he earn that nickname, Rip? You have to know about his hometown, and we'll take you to his hometown. Academy Award-winning actor Jamie Foxx will narrate the feature coming up at halftime. You'll hear and understand why Richard Hamilton is such a dedicated athlete who never stops. He can't stop on the floor. Bruce Bowen might be chasing him, but they need Hamilton and all their starters to pick it up. Give me a couple of key guys to watch here in the first quarter.
For the Detroit Pistons, it has to be Ben Wallace. When you think of this Piston franchise, the world champions, you think of the hair. You think of the big, massive muscles, sweat just pouring off him, snatching rebounds, knocking shots and bodies all around. We haven't seen that. Big Ben, he has to become the beast once again.
Well, I think if the San Antonio Spurs are going to have an opportunity to really look at sweeping in this series, one guy who has to be a significant contributor is going to be Tony Parker. In their wins in the playoffs, he's scoring a better 19-point a clip, plus he's shooting over 48%. In their losses, he's just under 14 and shoots at about 37%, so he's going to be vital on the road.
Manu Ginobili, top scorer in the finals. He has shot great against Detroit all 4 games. 2 in the regular season, 2 here in the finals. How do you stop him?
The theme here is where legends are born. Manu Ginobili has been absolutely incredible. The better you are, the more difficult it is because they're coming at you. Now, Manu Ginobili came out and threw 26 points in the face of the world champions in Game 1. They said, oh, that'll never happen again. Then he comes out in Game 2 and gets 27, including a three-pointer off the opening tap. That is pure Larry Bird. He has left everyone in the dust, Manu Ginobili. The Pistons swing defenders, they have got to come alive here.
You know what's amazing? In the series that features Tim Duncan Manu Ginobili has been the best player in this series. That can't happen tonight if the Pistons want to win.
Al Michaels, Hubie Brown, Michelle Tafoya, Stu Scott will bring it to you. We've told you, teams don't come back from down 3-0 in the NBA playoffs. A must-win for Detroit. Enjoy the game. See you at halftime with the Richard Hamilton feature. Right now, get set. Time to prepare for the fantastic before Game 3 of the finals.
Prepare for the fantastic. The first to win 4 is crowned fantastic. Prepare for the fantastic. This ABC presentation of the NBA Finals brought to you by Fantastic Four.
The Palace of Auburn Hills, outside Detroit. A little more than 30 miles from downtown Detroit. And it will be rocking tonight as their Pistons have come home to take on the San Antonio Spurs in Game 3 of the NBA Finals.
Don't you want to go for a ride? Just keep your hands inside and make the most out of life. Now don't you take it for granted. And I'm steady, but I'm starting to shake. And I don't know how much more I can take. Oh, this is it now. Everybody get down. This is all I can take. This is how a heart breaks. You take a hit now. You feel it break down. Make you stay wide awake. This is how a heart breaks. Oh, baby. This is how a heart breaks. Got it. This is how a heart breaks.
The home of the Detroit Pistons is the Palace of Auburn Hills. Auburn Hills, Michigan. We're ready for Game 3 of the NBA Finals. The San Antonio Spurs, champions of the Western Conference. The Detroit Pistons, champions of the Eastern Conference, with San Antonio leading 2-0. Al Michaels along with Hubie Brown, Michelle Tafoya, Stuart Scott will be working the sidelines tonight. Game 1 was won by San Antonio when we started. They won it by 15. They won Game 2 the other night by 21 points. So 2 dominant victories for San Antonio. But remember one thing, after 3 games in a best-of-7 series, it can't be any closer mathematically than 2-1. And that's what it would be tonight if Detroit wins. And they, of course, are very, very tough at home. So they try to climb back into the series. They try to find some offense. And Hubie Brown, as we take a look at Detroit, I asked him the other night in the second half, who could be the key guy to lead a comeback? He said Chauncey Billups. San Antonio still won the game. Let's look at it tonight from tonight's vantage point. New set of circumstances. One guy, one man for Detroit. Who is their key to a win tonight?
Well, I think it's the same guy, Al, and that's Chauncey Billups. He is the only player who is producing his regular season and playoff numbers. He must become more aggressive in the half-court game and then force the execution by Rip Hamilton, Rasheed Wallace, and Tayshaun Prince. They're 19 points under what they produced there in the first 3 rounds. Now, let's see the defensive swagger come back to the Detroit Pistons.
Now, the Spurs, in a manner of speaking, you might say they have a game to give. They know no matter what happens, this series has to go back to San Antonio for a 6th game, or they go home for a victory parade. But if you're Greg Popovich, a coach, and you, of course, are a tremendous coach, a Hall of Fame coach, how do you keep your team from developing that mindset where, you know what, nothing really that bad can happen?
Well, stick to the game plan. Match the fire and the intensity that you're going to see, along with the energy during that first quarter. Then we also know that you need the production of your big 3. And we mean Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker. You look right across the boards, 21, 26, 13. That's over 60 points a game. then the 14 rebounds, and then the high percentages with Ginobili and Parker. Now also take into consideration fourth quarter execution. With 8 minutes on the clock in the fourth quarter, Detroit had a chance in games 1 and 2. And that's when San Antonio stepped up their execution and played flawless basketball right to the final bell.
The Pistons want to announce to this crowd tonight will be here all week because this is a 4th game on Thursday. If they win tonight, guaranteed a 5th game on Sunday. Here we go, Game 3 of the NBA Finals coming up after this from our ABC stations.
No, something new. We've been there.
Okay, folks.
Why not make a smaller one? Hey, girl.
And
shame on me, shame on you, shame on them, shame on us. So what?
My name is Carl Kolchak. I'm a reporter. I ask the questions no one else will. What if everything we fear is real?
Night Stalker, coming this fall only on ABC.
Every time you turn on a light, thousands of your friends and neighbors are right there, making sure it works. That's thousands of Michigan-based Detroit Edison and DTE Energy workers who are always there, providing you with the level of service and dependability you've come to expect for over a century. For the power of your community, E equals DTE.
Put a stop to pop-ups. SBC Yahoo Online Protection blocks viruses, pop-ups, and more. It's all together in one place. Included with SBC Yahoo DSL, now just $14.95 a month when you order online.
All-Star and champion Ben Wallace knows a thing or two about serious bling.
Yo, check it.
Nice. Now check this. The Ford F-150. 28 World Championships is the world's favorite full-size pickup.
Now that's some serious bling.
Now, current AZD plan lessees can lease a fully equipped F-150 XLT Super Cab for $199 a month with $1,969 cash due at signing.
Hey, man, it takes a champion to know one. See your Metro Detroit Ford dealer today, and...
I'm Don Sheen, all the highlights and all the interviews coming up.
Thundersticks clapping, crowd was chanting, "Let's go Pistons," and we go to the public address announcer here in Auburn Hills, the incomparable Mason.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you remain standing as we now honor America with a performance of the national anthem. Please, once again, welcome Grammy Award-winning Motown superstar Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wonder getting it started before this crowd of more than 20,000 at the Palace of Auburn Hills, where the Pistons try to get back into the series. San Antonio up 2-0. Fourth game, 2 nights away here on Thursday. Right now, the Bud Light starting lineups.
Fans, now time to meet the Western Conference champion San Antonio Spurs. The head coach is George Greg Popovich. From Oregon State, Brent Barry. From Texas, San Antonio, Devin Brown. From Alabama, Robert Horry. From Maryland, Tony Massenberg. From Slovenia, Roša Nesterović. From Purdue, Glenn Robinson. From Slovenia, Beno Udrih. Now let's meet the starters for San Antonio. The San Antonio forward from Wake Forest, number 21, the 6'11", Tim Duncan. At 6'7", the forward from Cal State, number 12, Bruce Bowen. At the center position from Kentucky, number 2, the 6'10", Nazr Mohammed. The 6'6" spur guard from Argentina, number 20, Manu Ginobili. The 6'2" guard from France, number 9, Tony Parker.
It's time, Detroit. It's time, Detroit. It's time. It's playoff time, Detroit. Let's go to work.
From Clemson, Eldon Campbell. Number 12, from LSU, Ronald Dupree. Number 8, from Texas Tech, Darvin Ham. Number 10, from Jackson State, Lindsey the Hunter. Number 24, from Alabama, Antonio McDyess. Number 31, from Serbia, Montenegro, Darko Milicic. And now, for the starters of the world champions of basketball, your Detroit Pistons. Out of the University of Colorado, wearing the original Piston 1 in the home red, blue, and white, tonight, the 6'3", Chauncey Billups. The former Connecticut Husky in the Detroit 32 at 6'7", Piston guard Richard Rip Hamilton. The one-time North Carolina Tar Heel in the Piston 36, the 6'11" forward. Now the world has come to see the son of Rasheed Wallace. The Kentucky forward, number 22 at 6'9". It's palace time for the Prince, Tayshaun Randall. Ben Wallace. Detroit.
Let's play some basketball.
And those, my friends, were the Bud Light lineups with a little added flair. Oh, man,
loves his job.
Yeah, no question about that. They'll clear the court. Getting ready for Game 3 in the NBA Finals. It's a 2-3-2 format. 2 in San Antonio, then 3 straight here. And then, if necessary, the last 2. It's unlike the other rounds of the playoffs, which go 2-2, 1-1-1. So we're here tonight. We're here Thursday night. Will we be here Sunday? Well, the Pistons can guarantee a Sunday game with a win here. And let's check in with Michelle Tafoya. Michelle.
Al, Greg Popovich told me before the game there would be no Newt Rockne speeches before this game. He said, in fact, I've really left the team alone. They know how important every playoff game is. There are no games to waste. What reason could there possibly be to not be focused? His point guard, Tony Parker, concurs. He said being up 2-0 means absolutely nothing. He remembers all too well in last year's Western Conference semis when the Spurs were up 2-0 and the LA Lakers came back to win 4 straight. He said every one of us remembers that. That gives us the knowledge that we can lose 2 straight very quickly. We are going to stay focused. Now over to Stuart Scott, who's covering the Detroit Pistons.
Thanks a lot, Michelle. You know, if you think being down 0-2 is frustrating, then you all forgot to check the exit poll of the Pistons when they left San Antonio. Ben Wallace told me, he said we'd be frustrated if we had played our game and still couldn't find a way to win. He said all we've done so far is show up. When I asked Ben if this was a must-win game, he said yes. Lindsey Hunter said, yeah, it's a must-win game. We can't go down 3-0. And Rasheed Wallace went even further. Now, Sheed, who usually just keeps to himself and his headphones before the game, said all 3 games are must-win games here in Detroit. And then Sheed told me something else. He said, look, for all the people who are writing off Detroit, everybody's forgetting we are still the champions. Al?
They are. Last year they came home 1-1 after splitting in Los Angeles and then won all 3 here and were able to celebrate a victory on their home court. That won't be the situation this year. They would have to do it in San Antonio, but first things first as we get ready for Game 3. Joey Crawford will put the ball in the air. He's refereeing his 35th finals game. The other officials, Bennett Salvatore and Bob Delaney. Who will be the big stars tonight? For San Antonio, Ginobili has been magnificent in both games. Drunk and steady as always. Who will step up for Detroit? Wallace jumping against Mohammed. Crawford ready to put the ball in the air, and here we go in Game 3, and it's a back tap as the ball goes out of bounds. And in fact, Joey Crawford now signaling that the ball will belong to San Antonio.
Right, they're saying that they tried to steal the tap. It'll be interesting to see in this first quarter if Detroit changes their defensive schemes. And by that we mean early double teaming, possibly on dribblers, especially Ginobili, or hard, maybe traps, and also maybe taking the traps out past the top of the circle. Let's see what happens if there is a change in their philosophy.
Manu Ginobili now will come over. He will inbound the ball right in front of us. Nazr Mohammed was here a moment ago. Stuttering start to the game. But here we go. And it's knocked away by Ben Wallace. And Wallace with a jam. And a foul is called. You talk about a perfect start for a ball club.
Talking to Popovich today, his #1 concern, turnovers. You cannot turn the ball over here tonight. You must limit them because the turnover will get them out on the break. The layup will get the building going, and then momentum.
And then you have a 42% lifetime free throw shooter making the free throw. So it took 4 seconds for the steal. Popovich said the other night before Game 2 he really feared Ben Wallace after his performance in Game 1. Ben did not step up in Game 2, but comes out flying in Game 3. Here's Bowen, and we've got a foul. Offensive. And Ginobili's hurt.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he got it right in the knee. Happened right in front of us. There was a collision. Let's see what they're doing. They're bringing Brent Barry in right now.
Very quickly, Barry off the bench.
Now keep an eye right there. All right, it was a knee-to-knee deal. Now let's just hope that it's a stinger rather than anything serious.
So Barry comes in. Popovich would love to start the game again after that beginning. Wallace, the three-point play. Ginobili out, at least for the moment. Barry is in. There goes Wallace inside. Gets it back. Batted up by Bowen. And San Antonio will start into the front court with Parker bringing it in.
Now at home in games 1 and 2, the excellent ball movement from one side of the floor to the other caused problems from a defensive standpoint for Detroit.
Mohammed on a turnaround.
We want to bring up the X factor we talked about in games 1 and 2. Mohammed and Ori, who replace him, are averaging in this series now 18 points and 11 rebounds. Now that is a major contribution at one spot.
Here's Hamilton. Hamilton was hitting 33% in the series coming into the game. Prince gets doubled, in trouble, and gets fouled.
I like the aggressiveness of San Antonio. Anytime that you have a primetime score down in the low box around that baseline area, they are coming strong with that double team, and they have in games 1 and 2.
And that's two fouls on Mohammed.
That's big. That's very, very big because Mohammed has been consistent. He's given them the points and the rebounding, and especially the offensive rebounding with 2 shot blocks a game.
Robert Horry in the game for him. Hamilton missing his first effort of the night. So San Antonio has already gone to the bench for 2 substitutions in the first minute and a half of the game. And then Barry from outside.
But,
yeah.
Now, that's Brent Barry's first field goal, but we know that during the playoffs he has been scoring 12 points a game during the season, a major contributor playing 24, 25 minutes.
Those were his first points of this series. And Billups comes away with the offensive rebound. And Wallace has it knocked away by Horry.
Now, for a point guard, Chauncey Billups just does not give you points, good decisions, assists. Throughout this series and the playoffs, he's giving you 5 rebounds a game. That's big for a point guard.
Inbounding in front of you, saw Ginobili working on his knee, flexing it. He had to come out of the game just seconds into the game. Here's Rasheed Wallace.
Well, if he backs you down to that area, if Horry does not hold him off, he'll have a field day. The key thing is to keep him involved in the game for all of the minutes that he's out there, 33 to 36.
Brent Barry, Father Rick was in San Antonio the other night. Can't make the layup. Prince comes away with it for Detroit. Tayshaun looking to get high. He was 1 for 7 the other night. Horry guarding Wallace. Moves in on him again. Off the glass. Rasheed Wallace.
See, that's a very tough cover. In games 1 and 2, Duncan would be on Wallace. And then you make your substitution with about 4 minutes to go in the quarter. But right now, Horry has him, and you must take advantage of that because Wallace can shoot up over the top at will.
Duncan, guarded by Ben Wallace, the defensive player of the year, and it's blocked. And then Bowen's able to tap it, but out of bounds it goes. Detroit has it.
Well, Piston fans, Piston coaches, Piston players have been waiting for Ben to really step up now with a dominant game on the boards and in the shot block.
And there goes Billups all the way, but too hard off the glass. Now Duncan to Barry. Horry comes out of the corner all the way to the basket, and you've got Wallace in there again, but this time a foul.
As you watch this game and you appreciate what San Antonio will do out on the break, when they have an advantage 3-on-2, 4-on-3, they are very good finishers in the open floor, but if not, this is where they hurt you in the three-point game with the kickouts out to the wing.
Horry injuring his shoulder, at least slightly, but not to the extent he has to come out of the game. You've got Ginobili on the bench. You've got Mohammed with 2 fouls already for the Spurs. Here's the Ori play.
Yeah, the foul was over his shoulder. You could see it from the back. But that's what you like about what's going on here. In games 1 and 2, the ability of San Antonio to put the ball down on the floor. Not just with their 3 perimeter players, Bowen, Ginobili, or Parker, but also at their 4 position, whether it be Duncan or Ori, taking you off the dribble and putting fouls on the front line of Detroit.
Ori makes 1 of 2. The Piston lead is 1, 8.5 minutes remaining in the opening quarter in Auburn Hills. Phillips with Parker on him. Hamilton trying to get free, but Bowen sticking to him like glue as he has all series. Prince feeds back to Rashid. Doesn't get the bounce. Duncan clear out.
Now, that's the second easy basket that they have missed inside of 3 feet. Now, you know, we harped on that a lot there in game 2, but that was a major factor in them falling behind. They must score inside of 6 to 8 feet.
Bowen. Duncan comes out. 15 feet away, and Duncan is whistled for the offensive foul.
Now, that was beautiful positioning by a big man. Now, just watch the quickness of feet. See, he anticipated where Duncan was going. The elbow went out, caught Ben Wallace right in the number, and then naturally, we know that Tim Duncan can't knock Ben Wallace down. No. If Ben Wallace is a draw outside the building. But here, a little bit of a flop, but a little bit of a blow in the chest.
Rashid misses the layup, but Wallace is there, and Ben Wallace is off to a great start. This was what Popovich feared the other night. Didn't happen. But tonight, Ben Wallace has been very big in the first 4.5 minutes.
When you have Ori on the floor instead of Muhammad, you are giving away a lot of size and a lot of big rebounding, and you've got to keep Detroit off the offensive board.
Timeout Spurs.
Hi. Let's do this. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
I wanted to be the first one to welcome you to the neighborhood.
Do you want to come in?
Yeah.
Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer.
No, something new. We've been there. Okay, folks.
Why not make a smaller one?
Nokia 6255i in select cities now. Opens everywhere summer 2005.
You hear that?
After the shock.
Leaving this house in 60 seconds.
After the fear.
Yeah, keep your eyes on me.
Comes the time.
I don't know what they expect to find when they got here.
To fight.
But they found us.
The World. Rated PG-13. Everywhere June 29th.
It's a little scary, isn't it? The bodies of dead people used to scare me, too.
I'm still afraid.
Of what?
Of what's out there.
Night Stalker, this fall only on ABC.
ABC Sports exclusive coverage of the NBA Finals. Brought to you by Budweiser. The bright color and crisp, clean taste you'll only find in the King of Beers. Hummer. Check out the new H3. Hummer like nothing else. Nokia, the official mobile phones of the NBA. Nokia, connecting people. And War of the Worlds opens June 29th in theaters everywhere. Rated PG-13.
Back at the Palace of Auburn Hills, where the Pistons lead by 3, and the San Antonio Spurs have taken a little bit of a hit. Early in this game, Manu Ginobili, who has been the star of this series, collided with Tayshaun Prince, took a knee to his own left knee. It turns out it is a thigh contusion. He is returning to the game, but we saw what a thigh contusion did to Shaquille O'Neal in the playoffs earlier. Manu is coming back. They put some Flexall above that knee. Flexall, Al, is basically like Ben Gay. We know that's used to just keep the muscle loose and warm. He's back, as you see. We'll see how it impacts him, Al.
And take a look at that, Michelle. On the court for 48 minutes, plus 14 is San Antonio, but when you sit him down in the playoffs, they would wind up losing on a 48-minute basis by 5 points. Here goes Bowen. Inside, has it knocked away, but Duncan is right there.
I like the Detroit defense, though, Al. I know they gave up the second opportunity, but they got the shot block, and the rotations were there. We're seeing a lot of fire, a lot of spark here in their movements.
Richard Hamilton. Look at Bowen. All over him, but Hamilton is able to free up enough for the basket. 11-8.
Well, you know, they need to get Hamilton off and Rasheed Wallace.
Tony Parker. Horry gets in there for the offensive rebound.
You're not discount Horry. You've got to put a body on him and chase him, because he will go 10 to 12 feet to get a loose ball.
Rasheed Wallace knocks it out of bounds. 16 on the 24. 11-8 Detroit. Parker inbounding. Now Ginobili, his first touch since he had to come off the floor in the opening seconds of the game. And then his bounce pass inside is picked off by Tayshaun Prince.
That was an excellent switch on a pick and a roll with the switch man fronting Duncan, looking for the pass.
Nice move. Phillips to Wallace. Van Wallace.
Beautiful pass, great execution. They were relying on the rotation.
And then Parker answers. 13-10 Detroit. Ginobili, in the brief time in which he's played tonight, has already turned the ball over 3 times. The hallmark of the way San Antonio played in the first 2 games was to protect the ball, and they did it extremely well. Hamilton against Bowen. 2 in a row for Rip.
Yeah, I like that. They're running him on the baseline to the weak side so that he's posting up. No double team is coming because they feel that Bowen can take him one-on-one. Both scores came off of excellent head fakes.
And you have a defensive 3-second call here.
Defensive 3-second violation against Detroit.
Yeah, right now is on Rasheed Wallace. Rasheed came right out to Joey Crawford. He wanted him to explain it to him because he honestly thought that he had good coverage.
Ginobili shoots the technical, and that's his first point of the game. Rajan Nesterovic will come into the game, replacing Robert Horry.
Right now, what you have to do is you know that you need Horry for major minutes later. You know that Nesterovic is a proven playoff player. He played the first 77 games for you before he was replaced after an injury. And unfortunately for him, he's never been able to get back in there.
Wallace is there again. Nesterovic, meanwhile, has played only 4 minutes in the first 2 games in this series, and it's off him. And with 18 on the 24, Detroit to inbound.
But it's nice to bring in a guy, 7 feet, who is an excellent defender, who can block shots and rebound, and who is also playoff experience.
Hamilton working off a screen, but he's picked up by Nesterovic. Now
got a mismatch here.
Yep. And they can't exploit it, but Rasheed gets it back. Prince, Bowen is on him. And Ginobili comes away with the ball.
We know that Prince is struggling. We don't want to harp on it. We just want to bring out the point that the majority of his shots are short. He just has to relax a little bit.
And Bowen, on his 34th birthday, celebrates with a 3. 15-14 Pistons.
Bruce Bowen, he'll attempt in this series. Now he's averaging 5 attempts a game. Detroit will lay off him until he proves that he can hit consistently.
From the corner, Prince again.
Everything's off the front of the rim now. I see Parker's looking at this right now. He feels he can take Prince right off the dribble.
And he lays it up from the lane, and that's short. And Wallace gets it out quickly to Billups. Hamilton now with Duncan on him. Drives by him. Can't put it in.
I like that, guy. Challenge Duncan, force Duncan to play you. You never know when you get down in there. You pick up a foul on a big man. Rip actually gets by Duncan and gets a high percentage shot.
Oh, and Wallace almost stole it again, but this time he commits the foul as he goes by Ginobili.
Well, Ben Wallace leads all the playoff players with 34 steals. Now this is he just banged, see? Now it was excellent position, but by reaching with his right arm, he takes right into Ginobili and knocks him back.
First foul on Ben Wallace. Second team foul. Manu Ginobili. And Manu Ginobili is able to knock down his first field goal of the game to make it 17-15. San Antonio on a three-pointer.
Now look, this guy is shooting 67% in threes. So you know that when you pick him up, especially with a potential knee injured here, you've got to close him out.
Chauncey Billups gets inside and gets fouled.
This is what we meant when we came on the show by saying Chauncey Billups has got to be more aggressive. He can take his man down in here and post Parker up at will and stay within the offense. And by doing that, he will put the pressure on San Antonio to double team. They know that Parker cannot play Billups one-on-one. The problem, you foul Billups, he's an 89% foul shooter during the season and also during playoff time.
That had been a 7-0 San Antonio run, and Billups with a three-point play to give Detroit the lead at 18-17 with a little more than 3 minutes to play in the period. Detroit 14 points in the paint, only 2. And what a block was everywhere, but Naserovic gets it back and puts it in. But Ben Wallace is a monster in this quarter.
Al, he needs a little help here in picking up the loose balls. That's the second shot block that San Antonio recovered and laid the ball up into the basket.
Spurs by 1. Lindsey Hunter in off the bench. And Ginobili puts his hands up and gets called for the foul. And that's 2 on Manu with 2:30 to play in the first quarter. Game 3 at the Palace. Auburn Hills, Michigan. The NBA Finals, the San Antonio Spurs 19, the world champion Detroit Pistons 18. The NBA Finals on ABC.
I'm proud to build trucks and SUVs to a higher standard.
Professional grade.
I'm proud to build the world's most powerful V8 pickups.
The most powerful midsize SUVs.
The most powerful full-size SUVs.
And I'm proud to offer something we've never done before.
Our very own employee discount. You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more on every new 2005 GMC.
Get an 05 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab 2-wheel drive SLE for just $24,116 with your employee discount.
Hello.
To all children,
Here are your instructions.
watch what you say,
Back off, you little freaks.
watch how you act, or watch out
Don't touch that squirrel's nuts.
for what happens.
Oh, good.
On July 15th,
He will be made into marshmallows.
Ew.
Johnny Depp
He's an idiot.
Thank heavens he's completely unharmed.
in a Tim Burton film, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Rated PG. In theaters and IMAX July 15th.
Inside the heart of every dad is a little boy who likes his high-tech toys. So skip the cologne and get Dad something he'll really like at the Radio Shack Father's Day sale. Just pop in and pick up a Sprint PCS picture phone for just $29.99 with a new 2-year agreement, and then strike a pose. Father's Day is here, and Radio Shack is right around the corner, where you'll get the help you need to find Dad what he wants, like a picture phone and a snapshot of you. The Father's Day sale at Radio Shack. Don't forget.
I don't look at myself as a basketball coach. I look at myself as a leader who happens to coach basketball. When they get out into the workplace, they're armed with not just a jump shot or a dribble. I want you armed for life. You know, I want you to develop as a player. I want you to develop as a student. And I want you to develop as a human being. My life isn't about playing games. That's why my card is American Express.
What if everything we fear
There's something in there.
is real?
Okay, now you're freaking me out.
Night Stalker this fall only on ABC.
Defense, you know, to this team is what we hang our hats on. So, you know, coming out on the defensive end, that's when we win games. That, you know, everybody on this team know that we can, you know, score the basketball, but what we take most pride in is getting stopped, forcing other team to do things they're really not comfortable in doing.
Ben Wallace hadn't done much in the first 2 games. What's he done tonight? He's played 9 minutes. He scored 7 points, and that's unusual because you don't think about Ben offensively. he has 5 blocks. The NBA Finals record is 8 in a game. That's the guys who've done it. It's been done 5 times. Include Shaquille and Olajuwon, Bill Walton, another of those, Patrick Ewing, and Tim Duncan's done it. 8 in a game. Wallace has 5 in 9.5 minutes.
You love his energy. He's everywhere tonight. He's making things happen. But like we said, the other 4 players watch him block these shots. What they must do is garner the basketball and savor the possession.
Hamilton had to get it off with the shot clock winding down. So San Antonio with the ball. Ticking down to 2 minutes left in the quarter. Spurs up by a point.
Now, in game 2, the Spurs hit 11 threes. That's major in a game like this. Already, they've made 3 in this quarter, and that's the reason for the lead.
Parker with a long 2 from the top of the key. 21-18 San Antonio. Parker with 4 points. Ginobili has 4 points.
With this unit out here right now, Rip Hamilton and also McDyess on the box right there are your key people.
And there is Antonio McDyess with a fall away from the baseline to make it a 1-point game. Under a minute and a half. Parker, Hamilton picks him up and gets it up, and he loves to go to the hoop. The majority of his shots, the vast majority taken inside 6 feet. Example right there.
Now, there was very little room for him to get through. And one thing you know, that when he comes off that pick, he gets in the paint, you know he's going to test the interior defense by snaking his way to the basket.
Lindsey Hunter underneath. Comes up short, got no leverage on the shot. Barry passing it back out. Ori doesn't pass up many of those. And then Barry puts it in with the reverse. Wow.
Well, you just love their patience. They were not ready, and that's what you like. When Ori had that open shot, they do not like to take quick shots. So what they will do in their half-court sets, they'll keep making the extra pass and then try to get down inside of you again.
And with Chauncey Billups driving, Joey Crawford signaling a defensive 3 seconds. Duncan will come back into the game.
Now this is Brent Barry going to the basket, coming up underneath, allowing the defender to think that he had a potential shot block. Use the basket to ward off the defender.
Billups shoots the technical off the defensive 3. Rasheed Wallace will come back in. Tayshaun Prince will come back in for the final half minute. Hamilton will get a rest, and so will Ben Wallace. 14 on the 24-second clock. Wallace got free. And it will go out of bounds to San Antonio off Antonio McDyess with 20.6 seconds, and the shot clock now turned off.
With all of the defensive effort, the energy that we're seeing from Detroit, you're still 4 points down because you must concentrate on the three-point game and then also on the dribble penetration from the wing.
Detroit has a foul to give. And then Parker whips it back outside the Bowen for a three. And it gets tipped up and in by Duncan. The final second, it's stolen by Bowen, who launches one that doesn't go. But the San Antonio Spurs, despite a monster first quarter by Ben Wallace on the other side, are up by 6. We've played one in the third game of the NBA Finals in the Palace in Auburn Hills, Michigan. The San Antonio Spurs 27 and the Detroit Pistons 21.
You like what you see, huh?
It's hard out here for a pimp.
His dream is alive.
I ain't never gonna be nothing more than what you is right now.
His music is real.
I've been hearing this beat in my head. 1 in a million shot.
His time has come.
Go! Walk that trick! It ain't the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog.
Hustle and Flow. Rated R. Starts Wednesday, July 13th. Only in theaters.
Confidence, style, vision for miles, innovative, sharp, fresh, classic, and now. VA strong, professional charm. The sound is sweet and clear, refreshing to the air. Comfortable and true, we need to make a move. New superior choice. I'm riding with you.
The new 2005 Envoy Denali.
So cool.
GMC, we are professional grade.
Motivate.
Last Sprite.
That's mine. Hey, dog. Follow that Sprite.
How's the burger? Good.
Oh, wait. Where you going? You cheated. Show him on my toes.
When we got married, suddenly we had 2 of everything.
They had a lot of stuff.
2 dinette sets, 2 dogs.
2 car insurance companies.
I'm State Farm agent Joan Roysum, and this is a true story.
We had to get rid of a few things.
Yeah, mainly my things.
He had State Farm.
She had a gecko.
I helped them compare rates and coverage.
It was no comparison.
He was right. For once.
This time, one of my things stayed.
Last year, 1.3 million drivers switched to State Farm. Call an agent today and you'll switch too.
Like a good neighbor.
State Farm is there.
Introducing brand new Blazing Buffalo boneless wings from KFC. Yep, boneless, each made with 100% premium breast meat and glazed in our special new Blazing Buffalo sauce. Hurry in and get 6 for only $2.99 or 18 for $8.79. Also available in honey barbecue, no bones, all flavor at KFC.
Taste the code.
Twenty-seven to 21, San Antonio. Start the second quarter. Al Michaels, UB Brown, Michelle Tafoya, Stuart Scott in Auburn Hills, Michigan. We've been talking about Tony Parker. Classic example here of what he loves to do. Either off the break or with dribble penetration, he loves to go inside. He's only 6'2". And take a look at this. More than half of his shots were taken from this area. That's inside 6 feet. All the other shots outside 6 feet. So he goes in there all the time, and here it was. That was in the season. Here it is in this series, 19 inside, 13 from beyond 6 feet. Rarely from beyond the three-point line. Tony Parker lives inside.
Well, that takes a lot of courage, Al, when you're his size, because you know you're going to have a tremendous amount of contact. Once he gets down in there, not only is he not afraid, but also he can finish, and he finishes with either hand.
And here's Tayshaun Prince scoring for the Pistons to start the second quarter. And for Prince, his first basket of the game. Beno Udrih is in the game for the first time. He's the only rookie on either team and has had an impact in this series and throughout the playoffs. Ori tips it back out to the Slovenian Udrih.
Okay, we want to bring up this point. That's their 5th offensive rebound. They've already scored 3 field goals in second shot attempts. So Detroit, everyone has got to get back in there and board so they can get out on the break and get some easy baskets.
That was a McDyess steal. Hamilton then whips it around to McDyess. All the way over Barry is short. Barry with the rebound.
If you're playing in that game and you made that curl move, you were looking for McDyess to go to the basket. He should have been on the move. He had a dunk. But by catching the ball that far out, you end up with a fadeaway jump shot.
And Robinson is in the game for the first time. Gets it back to Ori. That's contested. Saved at the baseline. Back comes the Pistons. Hamilton. Alley-oop to Prince. And that'll bring everybody to their feet.
San Antonio, the defense was back. 3-on-3. Maybe this will get Prince going. He needs to get more involved in the game. You're talking about a young man who averaged over 14 points for you during the first 3 rounds of this playoff. I'll just keep an eye to the left of your screen. That's just excellent eye contact. They love to throw him the lob on the break. Right now in this series, he's been struggling. He's only scoring 7 points, but more important, the shooting percentage. He's down below 30%. So you just got to get him off so he gets his confidence back.
10 on the clock. Duncan gets doubled as he goes in. Has it knocked away. Here comes Prince leading the charge. He stops and gets it blocked from behind, and also
oh boy,
what are they going to call this?
A technical foul. So technical foul on Duncan. They get a foul on the release on the shot.
Right.
Now Prince thought as he released that shot that he was hit in the hand as the ball. Keep an eye on it. Now watch to the right of your screen. See, there's the hit right there on the hand. So when the call was for the 2-shot foul, then we had whatever was said, and Joey, unfortunately, for Duncan, heard it.
And Billups goes to the free throw line. That's the technical. Popovich going over things with Joe Crawford. Mentioned earlier, Crawford refereeing his 35th game in an NBA Finals. And now Prince will go to the line with a chance to give Detroit the lead. Meanwhile, the foul was on Duncan, and that's his second. So he, Muhammad, and Ginobili each have 2. No Piston has 2. The first of 2 is good for Prince. Here's Stuart Scott. Stu.
Al, the guy at the foul line, Tayshaun Prince, by far the quietest guy in the locker room last season. I mean, he barely spoke to us. But this year I asked him, I said, Tayshaun, who's the quietest guy? And he said, oh, it's Antonio McDyess, the new guy. Well, of course, I got to go do my homework. So I go to Antonio and I say, look, Tayshaun said you're the quietest guy on the team. And Antonio just started laughing. He said, Tayshaun, he said, he doesn't even talk. When he talks, he whispers. He said, I've never really heard anything he said. He said, at least I smile and I laugh. Tayshaun never changes expressions. His expression this game so far, though, a lot more energy than last time, Al.
No question about that. He had 3 points the other night, 11 in game 1, and that turnover belongs to San Antonio, and they turn it over to Detroit. The Pistons up by 1, 28-27. San Antonio hot from the field. Pistons a little cooler, but Detroit on top. 7 blocks. 5 by Wallace. Ginobili with a rebound off the Prince miss.
You're in the second quarter. There are 9.5 minutes to go. You have Duncan with 2 fouls. You cannot go asleep. Rasheed Wallace must attack Tim Duncan down in the low post area and force him to play him.
Turn around over McDyess. He's seesawing the Spurs now by 1.
You know, it's nice to stay with people that might be hot. But the key thing in this game right now is you have excellent half-court defense, San Antonio below. The thing is go at Duncan and force Duncan to play you.
Hamilton got free off the curl but missed. Duncan with the rebound. Now Ginobili, he has 2 fouls. free for three. Robinson missing. Loose ball underneath.
Yeah, they get Billups. Billups on a collision right there with Ginobili.
8:49 remaining in the opening half. San Antonio leading by 1 in Game 3 of the NBA Finals.
When I'm down here, things just look so much different as opposed to being up there, you know. You are pilots of the U.S. Navy? Gotcha. That's how you do it. Meet your new wingman. Eddie flies all by himself. That's hot. You wanted to be on the cutting edge? This is it.
It will replace us all.
Whoa. He's aware of himself.
What the hell is he doing?
It just selected a target.
What target? This is a national security crisis.
On July 29th,
He could kill 50,000 people with that load.
He got me! I'm hit! Situation is critical.
If you make me, I will blast you right out the sky.
Stone.
Goodbye.
Rated PG-13.
You email in real time. You download in broadband-like speeds. Even catch breaking updates. Only Verizon Wireless has the latest all-in-one devices with wireless sync on a network you trust. Nothing slows you down. Get your hands on the latest mobile offices like the new Trio 650, available now with a $100 instant rebate. Verizon Wireless, we never stop working for you.
Chevy's proud to be the #1 selling passenger car brand in America. We have 9 cars with at least 30 highway miles per gallon. We've always broken the rules. Now we're rewriting them. Introducing for the first time ever, the Chevy Employee Discount for everyone. You pay what we pay, not a cent more. Now get a 2005 Malibu sedan for a Chevy Employee Discount price of $15,950 after cash back. See your local Chevy dealer today.
For a good.
Will the hurricane come again tonight?
No.
Mommy, you smell different.
Invasion. Coming this fall, only on ABC.
Game 3, 1970. Mr. Clutch, the Lakers' Jerry West lives up to his name. With a 60-foot heave from behind half court, he ties the Knicks at the buzzer to force overtime. The NBA Finals, where legends are born.
Had Jerry done that today, that would have won the game. It was a 2-pointer back then. And, of course, a 3-pointer now. Big television event coming up this summer. Empire, filmed entirely on location in Rome. 2-hour premiere comes your way at the end of the month on the 28th of June, right here on ABC. Speaking of changes in statistics and how they're compiled and all that, just to go back to those blocks, the 8 blocks, the NBA record in a finals game. Ben Wallace with 5. They didn't start keeping blocks officially until 73. So Bill Russell and Will Chamberlain had ended their careers before that became an official statistic. Duncan from the baseline. Rebound to Rasheed Wallace.
Excellent pressure that time by McDyess.
Now McDyess tries to get by Duncan, has the ball knocked away.
Yeah, he tripped. And that was unfortunate because he had a half-a-step lead on Duncan.
And then Duncan gets inside. The shot doesn't go, but he will go to the free throw line.
If you are going to gamble and go for the steal in a low post area, you better get it. Because if you don't get it, you're in a heap load of trouble in this series because the San Antonio guys can put the ball at a high percentage.
Foul was on McDyess. That's the second team foul against Detroit. Duncan is at the free throw line for a pair. Let's check in with Michelle.
Al, I asked asked Greg Popovich to describe Tim Duncan's personality, and he said, remember the Simon and Garfunkel song, I Am a Rock, I Am an Island? Well, Pop said, nobody really is an island, but Tim might be. He said, all you get from him is what you get from his actions. And in that sense, I call him a stoic. He does the right things in the right way, consistently, not in a Boy Scout sort of manner, but in a professional, serious manner, and he doesn't care what anyone thinks. So we saw an unusual technical foul by Tim Duncan. That was not his Boy Scout part, Al. That was his other part.
Not right there. And he also he has a pretty good sense of humor. Very wry, very understated. What else is new? Well, everything he does is understated.
That's right. He's a very bright young man.
Rasheed Wallace got doubled as Luger came over, and the ball goes out of bounds to San Antonio.
Well, you can see the double team is coming once the player puts the ball on the floor. Up until that time, they will allow the player to make a move or take that fadeaway jump shot. If you are going to put it down to try to advance, San Antonio is coming hard.
Big Ben is back in the game. So we've seen a lot of both benches, and right now looking out on the floor, you've got the 10 guys who started the game.
Oh, well,
Mohammed has that
out. 2-on-1.
Wallace takes it from Phillips, and despite juggling it, thought he got fouled, but makes the basket. No whistle.
That was an incredible catch, okay? The fact that he saved that ball. He's a big man. He's 6'11", and he was able to save that and then score.
Duncan. Ben Wallace with the rebound. Detroit with a chance to take the lead. Hamilton.
Well, Hamilton has scored all of his field goals on that right side of the floor, down at the midpoint on the baseline.
Hamilton 6 points tonight, 3 of 7 from the field. Parker loses the ball.
3-on-1.
Great defense inside. And then Billups will stop and pull up from three-point land, and it doesn't go, and Mohammed takes it off the glass.
That's great when you score, but when you have a 3-on-1, you want to get the ball up to the lead guy, and you're going to get a short layup. Force the defender to react.
Parker off a Duncan screen. Mohammed tries to save and does. Spurs to reset. Down by 1. San Antonio, 6:23 remaining in the half, and Tony Parker asked for a timeout. San Antonio stops the clock. 6:21 remaining. Second quarter. Detroit by a point.
Chevy's proud to be the #1 selling passenger car brand in America. We have the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And 9 cars with at least 30 highway miles per gallon. We've always broken the rules. Now we're rewriting them. Introducing for the first time ever, the Chevy employee discount for everyone. You pay what we pay, not a cent more. Chevy, an American revolution.
Reed, look at me.
I can't. The cloud has fundamentally altered our DNA. Your entire biophysical structure is changing.
I've always wanted power.
Don't even think about it.
Never do.
Fantastic Four, rated PG-13, in theaters July 8th. And watch the NBA Finals on ABC.
For over 40 years, the mainframe has been the leader in computer performance and reliability. But now, there's the Oracle Grid, a group of low-cost servers connected by Oracle software. Runs applications faster than the fastest mainframe. And if a server fails, the mainframe stops, while the grid just keeps running. The Oracle Grid runs faster, costs less, and never breaks.
If you took away the labels, which beer would you choose? We believe you'd choose a beer with golden rich flavor that goes down smooth. we believe you'd choose a Miller Genuine Draft. Because we're more concerned with what goes in the bottle than what goes on it. Miller, good call.
I knew there was something weird about this hurricane. Whoa! What is that? You tell me.
Take it to the police, Dan.
No way, Russ. They'll just cover it up.
Invasion. Coming this fall, only on ABC.
ABC Sports exclusive coverage of the NBA Finals. Brought to you by Chevy, the new Chevrolets, an American revolution. Fantastic Four. Prepare for the fantastic on July 8th, rated PG-13. And Oracle.
Well, David Stern and the entire NBA staff, they worked very hard to make the NBA an international sport. These finals are broadcast in the following languages, 45 different languages. Hubie and I will be doing the game in Icelandic. Some of you probably think we're doing it in a foreign language tonight, but hey, what can we tell you? Over 3 billion people have the opportunity to watch and listen. Tony Parker, of course, grew up in France. The game is on in France. Bruno Poulain and George Eddy are the announcers.
On a des grandes chances d'avoir un club. Croise les doigts. Pourquoi pas les Spurs avec Tony. Et donc, pour faire le camp d'entraînement d'avant-saison en Europe. Une excellente initiative. Il y avait Jordi Bertomeu, le patron de l'Euroleague, l'espagnol, côté de David Stern.
Oui, parce
on a lancé cela.
L'idée est de faire des matchs évidemment avec à la fin une sorte de tournoi final avec les deux meilleurs clubs NBA et le champion et le vice-champion de l'Euroleague. C'est pas mal du tout.
C'est ça. Et puis maintenant, on est en train de nous écouter dans la salle. Merci. OK. On va écouter un peu, non? Il parle bien. C'est très très fort.
Voilà, le retour pour Ben Wallace avec une jeune qui peut remonter le ballon pour les Pistons.
All right, merci, boys. Too bad we couldn't have put a Tony Parker basket in there for the guys, but you heard him talk about Parker and David Stern. And Hamilton covers up. Looks like he might have gotten hit and then has it knocked away. Hubie, all you know about French is what? Foie gras?
All I know is we have 420 players in this league, and we have 76 international players now. And when you think about it, when David Stern came in 1984, the games were played on delayed tape during the week. And when you think about it now, tonight live, 214 countries. That's absolutely amazing.
Well, Richard Hamilton, who wears that mask, it looked like he got hit, I thought, in the eye. And, of course, if you get hit in the eye, some of the shield will come into play here. Stuart, what do you see from down there?
Well, Al, Rip just got hit across the face, and you know he's very worried about that. He's broken his nose 3 times. That's 3 nose operations. He wears that mask because he basically has no cartilage left in his nose. If he didn't wear the mask and he got his nose broken again, it would basically just collapse. That would be the end of his career. He took his mask off, actually, earlier this season for a few days, but he said he didn't feel comfortable, and he started to second-guess himself because he would think about it when he drove the basket. So he'll wear the mask for the rest of his career. As for getting hit like he just did, he said whenever he gets hit on the face with that mask, it just spreads out the blow to his entire face. He actually had the mask cut him one time above the eye, but he said, I'll take a cut above the eye before a broken nose anytime.
Well, he puts it back on right now, and the ball comes out to Rasheed Wallace, who misses, and Ginobili comes away with it for San Antonio. And almost on cue, there's a halftime feature tonight, which you'll see on Rip Hamilton. Tony Parker to Ori. Back to Parker. 6 on the clock. And Tony gets hit on his way to the basket and fouled.
When you look at the Parker and you look at his game, see, he's now so much more under control than he was just a few years ago. And the reason is he saw the switch. He just lengthened his dribble going parallel to the basket. And what happens? They get the switch. They get the mismatch. Now he takes the big man to the basket, and you pick up the foul.
Duncan back in. Mohammed goes out. Ball was inbounded with 14 on the clock. Spurs trying to take the lead again.
There's another one. Now Ginobili will take it through.
Wallace got just enough of it. Hunter now to Prince, who spots up. Now Parker. Ginobili guarded by Wallace in this sequence. Is Ben Wallace on Duncan.
Oh, great access.
Another steal by Big Ben.
How about it? 35 steals now in the playoffs. Number 1 for all rounds. That's just outstanding.
2 steals for him to go with 5. Watch him, Hamilton.
That's his patented area. Coming off that hard curl. But if you follow him, he's going to come right and get that medium range game. 15 to 17-foot jump shot.
Parker living in the lane.
See, the big fella's never rotated over. So if you're going to stand there and hug a post guy, Parker's going to lay it up in your face every single time because he can finish with that left hand.
Parker and Duncan each with 8 to lead San Antonio. Hamilton now leading the Pistons.
You got the mismatch right there.
5 seconds on the clock. Rasheed Wallace on the turnaround to drop it.
See, it's good to see it. If you're going to get that mismatch, Parker on Wallace, you've got to go down in low, make the pass, and let him operate.
Duncan will work it back to Bowen. 3-point attempt for Bruce Bowen from the corner on his 34th birthday to tie the game at 36.
Now that's big. See, that's their 4th 3 that they've made in this half. They're shooting an excellent percentage. Once again, penetration inside, kick it out. Look for the 3.
In terms of three-pointers, Detroit in the series, 1 for 14 from three-point range. It was in game 1. It was Billups. Here's a 3-point attempt by Hunter. Now 1 for 15.
Yeah, we had a collision here with Parker and Wallace.
Both get up now. Look out. A little more slowly. Parker. Then Wallace cut him off.
That was excellent coverage by Wallace.
Tony still dribbling, shovels it off, and you get a foul call as he threw it over to Bowen.
Yeah, now Parker, he honestly thought that he might have been inside the defensive circle. That was a terrific move by Lindsey Hunter. He anticipated, and it's the first time that they've been able to take an offensive foul on Parker.
Third game of the NBA Finals, and we're locked up at 36-all with 2:49 remaining in the opening half.
Nokia 6255i in select cities now. Opens everywhere summer 2005.
Chevy's proud to be the #1 selling passenger car brand in America. And we have the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. We've always broken the rules. Now we're rewriting them. Introducing for the first time ever, the Chevy Employee Discount. For everyone, you pay what we pay, not a cent more. Get an 05 Silverado half-ton two-wheel drive WT for a Chevy Employee Discount price of around $14,150 after cash back. See your local Chevy dealer today.
For a good.
Critics love The Honeymooners. Roger Ebert says, thumbs up. The cast is comic perfection. And the New York Times says it has an ending that warms the heart.
Baby, you're the greatest.
It's hilarious. The Honeymooners. Rated PG-13. Now play.
Shorty, you know the game's about picking and choosing. You don't know when you won. You so used to losing. Move around now. Move around now. Move around now. Move around. Move. Move around now.
great new taste of Pepsi One, the one sweetened with Splenda brand sweetener.
Tomorrow, see the movie that critics are calling a dynamic blockbuster.
Your theatrics made an impression.
One of the year's best films. Two thumbs way up.
Impressive.
Batman Begins. Rated PG-13. Starts tomorrow.
8 points for Richard Hamilton, all square at 36 as we head toward halftime. Game 3 of the 2005 NBA Finals. Taking to Rip Hamilton's hometown of Coatesville, Pennsylvania. But you know his long and tough road to the NBA when we join you on the Verizon Wireless Halftime Report. Mike Tirico, Greg Anthony, and Bill Walton's thoughts on the first half so far.
We have a series, signs of life for the first time for the Detroit Pistons as Ben Wallace has come alive. The problem is they can't create any separation, and Ginobili only has 4 points.
Well, the reason they can't create that separation is because San Antonio shot the ball extremely well from 3, and they've been very fortunate on the offensive putback, some off of block shots. That has them right in the thick of things.
Yeah, Detroit's not a great three-point shooting team, but they've only made 1 in 2.5 games. They need a little bit more from outside the arc. See you in a couple minutes at halftime. Back down courtside to Alan Hubie. Guys?
You bet, Mike. Good point. Just 1 in almost 2.5 games. What strikes you, Hubie, at this particular point?
Well, the inability of Ginobili to be an offensive threat. That's the first thing that hits you from San Antonio. The second thing, the 9 turnovers, because Detroit has a 9-0 advantage in fast break points. And that was Pop's thing to his team. Limit the turnovers, keep them out of the open floor, and the momentum.
Greg Popovich seeking his 3rd title. He was the head coach in '99 when they went to the finals and beat the Knicks in a truncated season because of the lockout. Then 2 years ago over the Nets. Larry Brown seeking his 2nd NBA title. It would be back-to-back for Larry. Rasheed Wallace, 10 on the clock, knocked away by Manu Ginobili. Detroit to inbound. The game tied in 2.5. And Brent Barry coming back into the game. Ginobili will get a rest.
Well, right now, I think Popovich is trying to save Ginobili so he does not pick up another foul.
Shot clock down to 4. Hamilton knocked away, and it's a 24-second violation. Good defense by San Antonio to create the turnover.
Anytime that you make a move on that baseline, you can count on it. You're going to be double teamed. Not only with your guy, but they're going to run the man to you and cut off that lane drive. They've been doing an excellent job on Detroit trying to eliminate the baseline layup in their half-court offense.
Only 9 points in the period for the Spurs in almost 10 minutes. Duncan. And Tim Duncan from outside, and the Spurs have the lead again by 2.
You like that, Guy. That was beautifully executed. They ran a decoy double screen to the right of the lane, which opened up Duncan, mainly because Detroit was rotating to help out.
Oh, Barry nearly stole it, but it winds up in the hands of Tayshaun Prince to tie the game.
Hey, listen, Big Ben said, look, I'm not only rebounding, I'm blocking shots, I'm scoring points, but how about my passing? That was a beautiful pass.
Tremendous half by Ben Wallace. Tied at 38. Duncan. Tipped up. Kept alive.
Oh, here you go.
Phillips now.
3 on 2.
Down the middle.
Nice.
For Wallace. And then what a block as Horry comes out of nowhere to knock it away. But Detroit maintains possession.
You love Robert Horry's game. He never gives up on anything. He's all on the loose balls. He's take charges. He's running. He's jumping. And that was just a beautiful time block.
Now Parker. He backs it out under a minute to play.
That's one of the very few times that he had a head of steam where he could not go all the way.
Now Horry hits a 3. And Robert Horry, if he wins a title here, this would be his 6th. This guy will need a new safe deposit box. And along the way, he's just broken Michael Jordan's record for career three-pointers in the finals. And Joey Crawford stops play with a whistle here. Parker with a foul. Robert Horry.
This is Robert at his best. And this has been, when you play 2 great defensive teams, and also you're San Antonio on the road, you've got to pick up easy easy baskets. And you can see right there, Robert Horry with 43 threes now at playoff time. Passes Michael Jordan. The thing is, you need easy points. And right now in this first half, they have made, San Antonio, 5 threes. So you pick up 5 extra points. They have 3 second-shot baskets. That's big in a half.
Phillips gets bumped and he'll go to the line. Foul is on the rookie Beno Udrih. Chauncey Billups, the MVP finals last year when they knocked off the Lakers in 5 games, has 5 points tonight. Tim Duncan, 2-time finals MVP. Diana Taurasi and the Phoenix Mercury will be in action this Saturday against the New York Liberty in the WNBA primary game here on ABC at 4 o'clock Eastern time.
See right now, Greg Popovich made a move so that he has Horry, Brent Barry, and Bowen in there. 3 key high 3% shooters.
Phillips missing the second. San Antonio a chance for a 2-for-1 should they so choose. And Parker gets fouled. Parker went to the hoop, got hammered, goes down, and Tony's on the deck. So we've seen Ginobili shaken up early. Horry,
well, keep an eye right here
a little bit, and now you got Tony Parker. Boy, does he get whacked.
Yes, he does. He gets right across the eye, right there, that left eye.
But he's up. Tony's up and walking back. Squinting, blinking.
That was a very strong move going to the basket. That's his job in this type of a situation. When Popovich substitutes and goes small to give him 3 3-point shooters out there, you want Parker at his best. Into the paint, suck up the defense, and kick out.
Try the great new taste of Pepsi One, the one sweetened with Splenda brand sweetener.
With so much more to see, shouldn't you be watching it on the Aquas Liquid Crystal television? From Sharp.
22nd timeout was taken by Popovich with 29.1 seconds remaining in the half. San Antonio up 41-39, and Parker will go to the free throw line for a pair.
When you attack the basket as much as Tony Parker, you know that there's going to be a ton of contact. You're constantly challenging big people. Now that foul was by a guard who got caught up behind. Chauncey Billups goes for a hard block, catches him in the eye. And you look at his attendance during the season. He only missed 2 games during the year. And you brought out a great point, Al. You know, over 50% of his shots are down inside of that 6-foot area.
He lives there. He makes 1 of 2. He's the leading scorer in the game with 9, and Billups goes all the way to the basket. And the shot clock is off, so San Antonio is up by 1, and they can play it to the end here.
Now, in this situation, look for a high screen by Nesterovic, and then they'll play off it. And you have to watch out for the spot-ups.
There it is. They get it out to Horry, but Wallace goes out there with him. Parker gets it back with a second and forces a shot. Good Detroit defense at the end. They got what they were looking for, but Detroit was equal to the moment. They're able to keep the lead to 1 for San Antonio in a very tough first half in game 3. San Antonio 42, Detroit 41. Let's go to Michelle Tafoya.
All right, with Tony Parker, before the game, Coach Popovich stressed we've got to value the ball, and you guys have at least 9 turnovers in the first half. Why is it happening?
Well, they play with a lot of energy. They play at home, and we have to be patient. We have to take care of the ball. It's huge on the road. If we don't do that, it's a lot of easy points for them, fast break, and we have to do better than that.
On that last drive to the basket, you took quite a blow to the face. How is it feeling?
I'm okay. I'm okay. That's how Detroit plays. They're going to play very physical, aggressive. You just have to protect the ball, go strong, and see what happens.
Thanks for stopping, Tony. Al?
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. Third game of the NBA Finals, and coming up after this break, Mike Tirico, Bill Walton, Greg Anthony are upstairs, and they will have for you the Verizon Wireless halftime report. First half analysis, and a nice feature on Rip Hamilton. It's halftime. Spurs 42. Pistons 41. Game 3 of the NBA Finals on ABC.
Chevy's proud to be the #1 selling passenger car brand in America. We have the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And 9 cars with at least 30 highway miles per gallon. We've always broken the rules. Now we're rewriting them. Introducing for the first time ever, the Chevy employee discount for everyone. You pay what we pay, not a cent more. Chevy, an American revolution.
Men don't like to shave. They'd rather light their shorts on fire or eat dirt. Easy, fellas. Nivea soothes the pain of shaving. With moisturizers and vitamins, Nivea for Men Aftershave Balm soothes and improves. Nivea for Men. More evolved skincare.
If you think your kids are ever going to stop asking you for money, you are getting old. Father's Day is the perfect time to look into retirement planning. Retirement, loans, insurance. AIG.
Coors Light. Taste the cold.
NBA TV is all games, all James, all Jameson, all muscle, all hustle.
NBA TV is all ball, all tall, all small, all haul.
NBA TV is all day,
all night, all game, all highlights.
NBA TV is your all-access channel for everything basketball.
Of a hurricane.
Dad!
Okay. You spent all night in a hurricane and not have a mark on you. Another kind of storm.
What's happening to me?
Is gathering.
Mommy, you smell different.
Invasion. Coming this fall.
Did you see the lights?
Only on ABC.
The Temptations performing here at the Palace of Auburn Hills, entertaining the fans with more Motown sounds here at the half. Verizon Wireless halftime report, 42-41. San Antonio, a 2-game-to-none lead, and the lead here at the break is Richard Hamilton and company try to hang in it here in this best of 7 with the first of 3 in a row at home. Mike Tirico, Bill Walton, and Greg Anthony. Guys, when the game started, right from that opening tip that went out of bounds, Detroit brought that energy level, that interest level that was missing in the first 2 games at home.
And that was Ben Wallace who set the tone that nobody else could match. He had 5 block shots in the first couple of minutes. Was all over the place, doing absolutely everything, sending shot after shot back, igniting fast break opportunities. That was all in the first quarter. In the second quarter, though, Ben, after scoring 7 points, which is unheard of for Ben Wallace in the first quarter, he had 0 points, 2 rebounds, and 0 blocks. But the bigger problem is that nobody else is really playing alongside Ben. Now, the start of the third quarter, for the Detroit Pistons. This is the whole season right here. They got to come alive offensively. Where's Chauncey? Where's Rip? And where is Tayshaun?
Well, overall, I like a lot of what Detroit is doing, but looking at it from San Antonio's perspective, two things are key. Three-point shooting. They're shooting 62% in this game. They're +5 in three-point field goals made, and Tony Parker's penetration has been a factor. It's allowed him to get 6 offensive rebounds. Even if he doesn't score, he forces the help, which allows some of those bigs, Tim Duncan in particular, to crash the offensive glass.
Not only is it 5-0 tonight, in the series, 23 pointers to 1. That's plus 57 points. I don't care how good your defense is. I don't care how good your rebounding is. You're not winning games if you're being outscored by 57 on that shot.
You got to play offense. That's all that it comes down to for Detroit here in the third.
All right, San Antonio by 1 at the half. If you did not catch the news earlier today, Phil Jackson is back with the Los Angeles Lakers. His Laker career, it looked like, ended in this building a year ago tomorrow when the Lakers were eliminated by the Pistons in the NBA Finals in 5. And all the talk in the offseason of the angst between Phil and Kobe Bryant and the comments made in Phil Jackson's book, all that pushed aside as Jackson decides at age 60 to come back and make a run at a 10th title. He says he can do it working with Kobe Bryant.
I think it's a matter of trust and a matter of rebuilding the trust that we've had. And yes, I have talked to Kobe, and he called me this morning and congratulated me on the job. And I felt confident that he's confident that we can go forward. And I think that was the important part.
How important is the 10th championship to you, and how quickly can this team realistically contend?
Each step we take as an organization, as a team, is going to be a growth for a period of time. You know, this contract is a 3-year contract. I would be most amazed if in the end of the 3rd year we had an opportunity to do that. It's not about a 10th championship.
That's an interesting comment from Phil. I'm going to follow up on that in a second. Here's Kobe Bryant's statement. I put my complete trust in Dr. Jerry Buss, the owner of the Lakers, and Mitch Kupchak, the GM. In Phil Jackson, they chose a proven winner. That's something I support. Jackson and Red Auerbach tied, as many of you know, for the all-time championships won by a coach with 9. The Kobe stuff is the sexy headline stuff. What interests me, are the Lakers good enough to make 1 or 2 moves and contend in the West in the next year or 2?
No, chemistry has its price. We see here they need big people. They need a point guard. This move will irrevocably change Phil Jackson's relationship with Shaquille O'Neal.
Well, yes, it is. Anytime you have a dominant player like Kobe Bryant, you're only one player away from contending for a championship. So I think this is a great move, and it gives them an opportunity to get back in terms of legitimacy.
Drama back in L.A., isn't that great?
Yeah, if that player's Tim Duncan.
They're not that far away, a player and a half. They'll make moves here in the offseason. You saw Richard Hamilton, big part of the first half, 8 points, that nice feed to Tayshaun Prince. When we come back and take it to Rip's hometown, you'll understand why his story is so special.
This halftime report presented by Verizon Wireless. We never stop working for you.
Can you hear me now? Good.
Hey. Hey, Tim. So, how was Father's Day? Pam get you anything?
Yeah, actually, she got me this camera phone. It was 2 for 1, so she got one, too. What'd you get?
Don't be a jerk. What are you looking at?
This year, it's good to be dad. Buy one Samsung A670 camera phone from Verizon Wireless for $49.99 and get a second one free. Then start calling on the nation's most reliable wireless network.
Johnson said you wanted to see me?
Verizon Wireless, we never stop working for you.
Man, what a blowout. Well, at least we beat the traffic.
And the Heat have tied it. What a comeback.
Come on!
He who leaves before the bell tolls may not be there when the story unfolds.
Hey, Coach, what does that mean?
Never give up on your team.
Showing some loyalty. That's moving forward. Toyota, official partner of the NBA.
The smash hit show that's sweeping the nation is Dancing with the Stars. One team has been eliminated.
The couple with the lowest score, Trista and Louis.
Wednesday, the final 5 celebrities and their dance partners strut their stuff. Who will be next to go? The judges score and your vote decides. One show, one event, one time to see it. Live. Dancing with the Stars, Wednesday, 9/8 Central.
Only on ABC.
This copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
here at the Palace of Auburn Hills, and we will be again on Thursday night. Game 4 of the 2005 NBA Finals comes your way 8:30 Eastern with Chevrolet NBA Game Time here on ABC. Welcome back to the Verizon Wireless Halftime Report. Doesn't matter what you do or where it started, wherever you go, home comes with you. And for Richard Hamilton, that hometown is Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Sure, he went to Connecticut, won a national title, played with Michael Jordan in Washington, has become a star here in Detroit with the Pistons. However, Hamilton's roots and where he got that nickname Rip and where he runs nonstop on the basketball floor, all that started in his hometown of Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Academy Award-winning anchor Jamie Foxx takes us there to show us why Rip has a rep for being on the run.
Highway 30 reaches to the west from Philadelphia. Ride it long enough, and you'll come to Coastville. The D furnace at the local steel mill never cools. It runs white hot round the clock.
Where I come from, Coatesville, the steel mill, that's the only major job that you can possibly work in. You see guys go there every day. With all the different toxins and things going through the air, they don't worry about none of that. They worry about feeding their family.
I've been working in the mill for 17 and a half years.
My father worked there, my grandfather worked there.
All my family has worked in some sort of way in the steel industry.
Even my mother worked there during World War II.
Here, a calloused hand, a sweat-soaked brow aren't symbols of shame. They're points of pride.
Them guys in there working hard. I came from a city that everything was on your grind. You had to do everything possible to survive. You had to work your tail off. And I try to do the same thing on a basketball court. You know, just go out there, go hard, play hard, you know, have fun, and do what I got to do.
Richard Hamilton is true to his roots. Like that old furnace back in his hometown, he never stops.
My motto is, if I even get a little bit tired, I know the guy that's guarding me or the guys that are out there are exhausted. I'm like the Energizer Bunny. I keep going and going and going.
They call him Rip, the hardest working man in the NBA.
Every time I get out on the floor, there's at least one or two guys that out there be like, man, hey, Rip, man, stop running. When a guy subs in, he'll say to his teammate, hey, you get him for a couple possessions. Let me rest a little bit. But they don't want me to hear it, but when I hear it, I just start laughing. And I tell myself, oh, I got him now.
The folks back in Coatesville celebrate his success. Because in a way, his work ethic celebrates their way of life.
He stands out because he hasn't forgotten where he came from.
I was the first that made it out. I carry that on my chest.
He comes back and he gives something to the community every year.
Wherever I go, I'm screaming Coatesville. That's where I'm from. That's where, you know, I want to be the first, but I don't want to be the last.
Rip Hamilton is a hero to this community.
I want to let all them kids know that if you put your mind to it and you believe in yourself and don't let anybody tell you can't do nothing, you can do everything that I'm doing.
And you can be sure as the sun set tonight in Coatesville, they all settled around a TV to watch their guy, Rip Hamilton. He has 8, one of 4 performers with 8. Stevie Wonder, and then the second half coming up after this.
This halftime report presented by Verizon Wireless. We never stop working for you. The second half is next after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Can you hear me now? Good.
Hey. Hey, Tim. So, how was Father's Day? Pam get you anything? Yeah, actually, she got me this camera phone. It was 2 for 1, so she got one, too. What'd you get?
Don't be a jerk. What are you looking at?
This year, it's good to be dad. Buy one Samsung A670 camera phone from Verizon Wireless for $49.99 and get a second one free. Then start calling on the nation's most reliable wireless network.
Johnson said you wanted to see me?
Verizon Wireless, we never stop working for you.
Bonjour, trophy lovers. Tonight we're talking the language of love. Let's go to line 5.
Where I'm from, love is about passion, and passion is about love.
Deep. But hold that thought.
In Argentina, love has no beginning and no end. It's like stars in the night sky. Well, in France, it's like 1,000 burning arrows in the heart. Well, no, it's like stars in the night sky. Manu? Tony?
Gentlemen, we all speak the same language when it comes to trophy love. So until next time, adios.
2 weeks from tonight, the battle begins.
I am Caesar! You'll never be Caesar!
Empire premieres 2 weeks from tonight, only on ABC.
Shorty, you know the game's about picking and choosing. You don't know when you won, you so used to losing. Move around now, move around now, move around now, move around, move. Move around now. Move around now, move around now, move around.
I'm Don Shane. Join me and Chuck for the postgame comments after the game.
Time now for the McDonald's first half highlights.
Like a fool, I went and stayed too long. Now I'm wondering if your love's still strong. Ooh, baby, here I am, trying to live it. I'm yours. Yeah, baby. Whoa, you got my future in your hand, baby. Yeah, baby. Whoa, you got my future in your hand, baby. Yeah, baby. You got my future in your hand, baby. Yeah, I've done a lot of foolish things. I'm yours.
Those were tonight's McDonald's first half highlights.
And back we come to the Palace of Auburn Hills in Michigan. San Antonio leading 42-41 at the half. Al Michaels, UB Brown, Michelle Tafoya, Stuart Scott with you. The Sprite storyline. Tim Duncan leading all scorers with 10. Ben Wallace, 7 points and 5 blocks. Detroit without a 3-point field goal. They have only one in the series, but they have 11 fast break points to none for San Antonio. So, UB, it's interesting. We've already had 9 lead changes.
Right.
In the last 10.5 minutes of the half, neither team led by more than 3 points. It's been very close. What do your instincts tell you about the second half?
Well, you know that the offense for Detroit must come to life, plus their bench. Their bench is being outscored 11-2. Thought Popovich, San Antonio, 10-man rotation. They got contributions from every guy.
And right now it's a 1-point game, and we're going to check in with Stuart Scott. Stuart.
Thanks a lot, Al. I talked to Coach Larry Brown as he came out of the locker room, and, you know, he had told us earlier that he really wanted to see a difference in his team's energy, in their effort. And he says he likes their energy a lot more than he did the first 2 games. He said the only difference is the Spurs shots are falling. They've hit 4 or 5 3-pointers. And he told his guys, look, keep it close. And I always said if you keep it close, those shots will get a little tougher to hit late. Now for a report of the Spurs, let's go to Michelle Tafoya.
Well, Stuart, Greg Popovich said, hey, we're on the road. We played a sloppy first half, and most of it was because our turnovers. Neither of our teams is a high-scoring team, so to give them 11 fast break points, those came off the turnovers. But he also credited Detroit's defense. He said they're being physical. They're forcing a lot of those turnovers, and they're also forcing us into some awful post feeds as well. Al?
Thank you, Michelle. In fact, they have turned the ball over 9 times, uncharacteristic of the way they played in postseason. 9 times in the first half. Only 6 turnovers for Detroit, and there's the comparison as far as the bench is concerned, with 11 points off the Spurs bench and just 2 for the Detroit Pistons, as Larry Brown has played only 7 guys today.
Yeah, well, he's kind of stayed with that, you know, in all 3 games. Arroyo gets a few minutes here or there, but Arroyo sprains his left ankle in game 2. So I think he'll be hesitant unless someone gets in foul trouble.
Detroit inbounds to start the second half, and Chauncey Billups with it, guarded by Parker.
Chauncey Billups has got to get going from an offensive standpoint. Right now, you know, he's just sitting on 8 points. I think he can make a lot more things happen.
Prince outside. Here goes Billups now. Passes up a 3. 3 on the shot clock, and Rasheed Wallace forced to shoot as the clock wound down. Ginobili with a rebound.
Yeah, that was a sloppy play, and I just did not think that Rasheed really was able to get off a high percentage release.
Duncan turns, and as he does, he gets handled by Rasheed Wallace. The foul is on Wallace. That's his 2nd of the game.
As far as getting to the foul line, game 3 reminds you of game 1. Both teams shot 14 and 15. And so far at halftime, San Antonio with 7 attempts, Detroit with only 8.
Duncan free for a long 2.
You must continue to keep pushing. I know Detroit sometimes likes to lope down the floor, but you've got to get the easy baskets. And you've done a nice job at halftime with 11-0 on the break.
Prince saves underneath, comes back out to Hamilton. Parker cuts him off. It sets it up for Billups, and he launches one from beyond the arc to give Detroit the lead.
Well, you know that he shoots it over 40%. He did it during the year as well as in the playoffs. One of the better three-point shooters that we have in the league.
Only the 2nd three-pointer for Detroit in the finals, and that is answered by Bowen. Who else?
Now, see, that's just knowing where the defense is going to be rotating from. Once you get down in the paint area, the diagonal right corner is open because Detroit is going to rotate out of that corner to cover the low post people.
So the teams trade threes, and then Hamilton gets it blocked, and he's fouled by Duncan. 3rd on Tim Duncan.
Keep an eye now in the middle of the floor. Now watch what happens as Bowen clears to the right corner. See, they hang inside. You can't do that. See, you know that they are making threes from the perimeter. That is their 6th 3 in this game. And you can say in a tight basketball game, you cannot give up the extra points. Already they have 6.
That's Hamilton's 9th point. Billups leads Detroit now with 11 points. And Hamilton joins him in double figures. And Detroit has the lead. Rasheed Wallace is on Ginobili. Then he dishes it off. Duncan. Prince on him. And Tim Duncan will get fouled. Hamilton came over to help. Foul is on Hamilton.
That's discipline. Tim Duncan could have forced up an uncontested 18-foot shot from the baseline. That's not his area. Because there was time on the shot clock, he just slowly maneuvered into the painted area and forced the double team.
Tim Duncan at the free throw line, where Donati is 2 for 2. Ties the game. Log on NBAstore.com. Pre-order your official NBA Finals championship DVD. Duncan, the only Spur in double figures. 11 points. Ginobili has been red hot in the first 2 games of the series. Has just 4 points, which is what he had at halftime of Game 1 in San Antonio the other night. And then he had a phenomenal second half. Spurs by 1. Very balanced scoring for Detroit. Phillips missing the 3. Muhammad up high for the rebound.
That was a good release, good shot. He had nice flow, and we know that that's one of his favorite areas to release for the three-point attempt.
Duncan. Wallace staying right there. Tim backs you off. Prince with the rebound.
That was pretty. Quick feet. Ben Wallace, quick feet. Plus he's got the body strength that Duncan cannot run over the top of him.
Phillips at the point. Now Prince.
You got a mismatch here. You got to get a good high percentage shot.
Drives on Mohammed. And scores left-handed to make it 48-47.
Now that's a major part of Prince's game. Face up 18 to 20 feet, take the man into the lane, shoot the hook. We have not seen enough of that in this series.
And he's left-handed to make that an even easier play for him. Detroit up by 1. Here goes Ginobili, another southpaw missing underneath. Muhammad is there. And it's Ben Wallace who comes away livid. Thought he had the block, instead he gets the foul. That is his second foul. No Piston has more than 2. The only man in the game for either team with more than 2 is Tim Duncan, who has 3.
Once again, this is where San Antonio is so tough. When they shoot, you must block out their big people. Muhammad, Ori, Duncan are fierce on the offensive board. Now, this is their 4th score on second shots. They say, well, that's not a lot. Well, in a low-scoring game, it's a lot.
Nazir Mohammed came over in the middle of the season from the Knicks. And he's got pretty close to 2 more months worth of action, because that's about how long it takes to get from the end of the regular season to the end of the finals. And you've got a lane violation here.
Now, Al, Muhammad plays only a half a game, and he's just consistent. He's perfect for this team because of his length and the shot block. He gives them 2 shot blocks a game, gets you 8 points, gets you 6 to 7 rebounds, and he shoots over 50%. Fits like a glove.
And Popovich likes to use him early. Starts the game with him normally. And then in the 3rd quarter. And then you don't see very much of him in the 4th.
Well, that's Ori time.
Yep.
That's when they slide Duncan into the center position.
Hamilton. That's his bread and butter right there. Off the curl. Detroit up by 3.
They're doing a better job in getting Bowen on that screen down. Bowen is trailing him, and he's more than a step behind.
And an offensive foul on Bowen.
Now keep an eye on this down screen. I see Bowen's playing him on the inside. And here comes the screen right here. Oh, you can see they could have called that a moving screen on the sheet.
It's been about 14 minutes since either team led by more than 3. It's been that close. It's been as close as Bowen guards Hamilton. 6 on the shot clock. Off the glass.
Oh, baby. Excellent timeout. Pop is not going to let them run out on you. But how about the beautiful release and bank shot by Hamilton? He's feeling it right now. See, he's looking at this. Now remember, Duncan is to the right outside of your screen. So as he comes here, he's going up over the top of Tim Duncan.
And Rip has 6 in this period. Pistons by 5.
Reed, look at me.
I can't. The cloud has fundamentally altered our DNA. Your entire biophysical structure is changing. wanted power.
Don't even think about it.
Never do.
Fantastic Four. Rated PG-13. In theaters July 8th. And watch the NBA Finals on ABC.
I used to start each day feeling inadequate, powerless, but I didn't know why. Achieving my goals and aspirations just seemed impossible. Then one day, I discovered the 245 horsepower Toyota Tacoma. Now I start my days invigorated. In fact, I'm living the dream.
The 2005 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Toyota Trucks, moving forward.
Last Sprite.
That's mine. Back off, LeBron. Coming through. Nighty-night. Victory is mine. Show him my motto.
Here you go, hon.
Thanks, babe.
Tired of waiting for your reward? Now that you can get thank you points with your Citi credit card and for banking at Citibank, you'll get cool stuff sooner.
Now on DVD.
Women relate dancing to sex. And what's today's special? It's pizza. Pizza's on the menu.
It's the only DVD with the works.
You like when I do the cheese?
Hitch. Get it on DVD and PSP today.
What is Budweiser? It's bright, the look of perfection. It's crisp, with ideal flavor. It's clean, for a great finish. It's pure, made with the finest all-natural ingredients. It's the smooth, flavorful result of beechwood aging. Bright, crisp, clean, pure. This is Budweiser. This is beer.
ABC Sports exclusive coverage of the NBA Finals. Brought to you by Toyota. Choose any direction as long as it's moving forward. And Sprite and Thirst, reminding you to obey your thirst.
Rip Hamilton, who's really struggled in the series until tonight, has 14.6 in the quarter. Of course, he's being guarded by Bruce Bowen. Here's what he had to say.
I love that everybody believes that he stopped me. You know, I love that challenge because in my mind, I believe, like I said, I got every shot that I wanted to get. Every shot that I want to get. I would never, you know, want to come out and play any differently in that type game because at the end of the day, I can live with every shot.
You know, he makes a pretty good point. He had 36 shots in the first two games. He only hit 12 of them, but he did miss a lot of layups and otherwise easy shots.
Well, he's shooting 33% coming into tonight's game. Tonight, he's not leaving anything short. Anytime that he's getting down on the baseline, he's scoring. And I think what happened to him in games 1 and 2, he had a number of missed layups, which kind of shakes you a little bit when the ball does not go in the basket. But tonight, this is a typical game for him. He's getting his pet curl on the left side of the floor. They're opening him up on the baseline on the right side where they're giving him a one-on-one look. So he's feeling confident right now.
All Detroit starters, all 5 starters have played at least 24 minutes in the game right now that is a little less than 29 minutes old. Manu Ginobili from outside.
He's now 1 for 4 in the game. There's definitely, he's not in any type of a rhythm. There's no doubt about it.
Phillips lays it off for Rasheed Wallace. Ben with a rebound.
Great hustle. Great hustle by Ben Wallace. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Hamilton to Ben Wallace.
Oh, you could see that coming. What a great look and a terrific pass.
Eminem waving the towels. The biggest lead of the game. And now Tony Parker answers at the other end to bring it back to 5 at 54-49.
Now that's what you love about Parker. Now remember, Ben Wallace has 5 blocks in this game, and he is a monster inside. Parker went right into his chest and shot the ball right up over the top.
puts his hands up looking for a foul, which he doesn't get. 6 on the clock. Phillips. And Wallace falls down, and that creates the foul.
Excellent call. Mohammed grabbed Ben Wallace. Good call by the referee.
Back to the alley-oop we go.
Now, this is a great pass. How's that for eye contact? Beautiful pass and terrific finish. Rip Hamilton to Ben Wallace. And remember, Wallace set that play up because he came from the high post all the way to the baseline to save that ball as it was going out of bounds.
And it's separated from Duncan, and that's knocked away by Bowen underneath, but Wallace saves again. Into Rashid this time, but knocked away, and back come the Spurs.
Yeah, you got to step up. Now, Rip Hamilton has laid off some beautiful passes here this evening, but you must anticipate the pass. Step up to the pass so that you can make a strong catch.
Ori. Halfway through the third quarter. Rashid feeds back to Hamilton. Ori with a rebound.
Yeah, he left that one too high. He was thinking of a shot block.
Now Ginobili will go all the way and score, and sooner or later, Manu Ginobili, you know, on a night like tonight, as was the case in the first game, he got hot that night. That made the difference. Tonight, only 6 points for him to this point.
Yeah, but he's staying within what the offense is giving him. That's only the second time that he's attempted a strong drive. Remember, he's coming into this game 27 points. Oh, boy, he got hit.
With 2 on the clock, he gets hit. There's no foul.
Yeah, I thought he definitely got hit on that play, and he was looking to the referee for the call.
Parker, look at this guy.
Wow. See, that's just a beautiful finish out. Not only does he get down in there, but he can make the acrobatic finish, and he makes it look easy.
He does. I don't know why it always looks like it's the Red Sea. They all part when Tony goes through there.
That's right.
He darts and dances and finds the opening.
Now, this is, we've been looking for this all night long. Now, you can see Ginobili taking it to the basket, accepts the contact, but he finishes. Look at this finish right there. Beautiful. Over the front of the rim.
He'd win a gold medal in the giant slalom. 54-53 Detroit.
Tired of the same old chicken monotony? Try something totally different. Introducing brand new Blazing Buffalo Boneless Wings from KFC. Yep, boneless. Each made with 100% premium breast meat glazed in our special new Blazing Buffalo sauce. Totally different, totally tasty. They're a whole new way to eat chicken. Hurry in and get 6 KFC brand new Blazing Buffalo Boneless Wings for only $2.99 or 18 for just $8.79. Also available in honey barbecue flavor. No bones, all flavor at KFC.
Every 60 seconds, something cherished is lost. If only the right equipment were made available, such tragedies could be avoided. They say miracles happen every day. Well, when it comes to tying it down and keeping it down, that's what the all-new Toyota Tacoma's deck rail system is. A miracle. It may be the most important purchase you'll ever make.
The 2005 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. The all-new Tacoma. Now that's moving you forward.
Let's get to work before I forget what it is I do for a living.
They're a band of outsiders, hired to protect the last of the living.
We do our job and get out of there, everyone alive.
From the living dead.
And moving toward the city.
This summer, let the final battle begin.
Here they come! I can take care of myself.
George A. Romero's Land of the Dead. Rated R. Starts June 24th.
Coors Light. Taste the cold.
From the Oscar-winning producers of Chicago comes the biggest television event of the summer. Empire premieres 2 weeks from tonight, only on ABC.
2001. Big shot Robert Horry squashes the chances of the underdog 76ers when he knocks down a huge three-point basket in the waning moments to secure the win for the Lakers. The NBA Finals, where legends are born.
Motown, and that means Kid Rock is here. Eminem is here as well. Marshall Mathers, Anita Baker is here. The Hitman is here. And Scottie Pippen as well. Former Bull. He and Jordan, that illustrious combination, combining for 6 championships. Marshall Mathers, as you know, UV, is Eminem's. Well, you don't know this? I know that's just, not only that, I have an iPod and Stuart Scott does not, which is like the most amazing thing. You and I are in the 19th century and Stuart's in the 22nd century and Stuart Scott doesn't have an iPod. All right, now we've cleaned up the internal matters and here we go with the game. 54-53, Detroit. 4:55. Yubi's giving me the Heisman when I go into that with Eminem. Tayshaun Prince inbound, 20 on the shot clock. Detroit up by 1. Biggest lead was 5. And Bennett Salvatore with a whistle and a foul on Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah, they get Wallace on a moving screen out on that wing. You can see Larry Brown couldn't believe it. He didn't think that Wallace was moving, and it was an excellent angle because Rip Hamilton was wide open coming into the middle of the floor.
Third foul on Rasheed. Horry, a little scoop. Mohammed is there. Good tough rebounding and a follow by Nazim Mohammed.
Technical.
Now you've got a technical.
Yeah, Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah, you could smell that coming after the last call. So Larry Brown put his head in his hands. Then you got Rasheed going down the floor. And if he doesn't like the call, he led the league in technical fouls. And he gets one here.
Remember we tell you about being outworked. Now that is their 7th score down inside. That was just a great move by Muhammad. He did a nice spin move. Take your time, you know, regroup, and then go up strong to the basket.
Ginobili with the technical to make it 56-54. That is Rasheed Wallace's 9th technical foul of the playoffs. No one else has more than 3. 4 on the shot clock. So with Wallace on the bench to cool off, Chauncey Billups tries to heat it up and gives Detroit the lead again at 57-56.
Now Chauncey is 2 for 5 in threes right now.
And as Parker goes to the basket, the foul is on the Pistons.
Keep an eye on this replay, and you're going to see the clock is down now. You're inside of 5 seconds. Excellent extension on that shot by Ginobili, but remember we tell you about Phillips. He had an outstanding season this year, shooting the threes. He was ranked. He's up over 40% throughout the playoffs. It's part of his game.
Phillips' 3rd foul. Duncan's going to come in with Parker at the free throw line. Mohammed will go out. That's also the 4th team foul against the Pistons. So San Antonio will go to the line from here on out in the quarter.
San Antonio keeps the pressure on you by the continual penetration going down into the lane. They're not going to stop. Ginobili and Parker are going to stay this way right to the end of this ballgame. Your defense cannot get lazy. The rotations cannot get lazy. You've got to get out and force him to pass the basketball.
Lead seesawing again. Here's Hamilton, and now Detroit has the lead, 59-58, and a game that has been close all the way.
Well, you know, he made a statement on the TV before that he thinks he's getting a shot. Now tonight you can see he has not been pressured at all. Every time that he comes off the screen, he's wide open.
Parker, long 2.
Yeah, they'll give him that. He's been struggling from outside, and especially outside the three-point area, but give him a lot of credit. He does not force anything up.
Ben Wallace up top.
They're trying to post Phillips on the right side of the lane.
McDyess on a turnaround. And Ben Wallace with a follow, and the foul is called on the Spurs.
You love that. You love that kind of action. See, that's Ben Wallace's 6th offensive rebound in this game. Now, he chased that ball because he was on the one side of the lane, and when he moved to the right side of the basket, Parker was the only guy. Keep a look to the right. See, he's got Bowen on him, and now he's got Parker. So that was just a matter of getting himself in position. He knew that he would out-jump them and out-muscle them.
Bowen with the foul. Let's check in with Stuart Scott.
Al, it's no wonder Ben Wallace is having a monster night. Last night, his wife, Shonda, sat him down and told him about his game. Shonda said, forget the officials, forget about everybody else, just concentrate on your game. And then Ben told me before the game, he said, Shonda said, I'm rating your game, and your game is like, nah. And he said it definitely set a charge up under him, because he said, usually, you know, you come home, your wife says, hey, nice game, I still love you. He said, not this time. He said, when you get a, your wife is, you know, pretty much telling you that you need to step it up. And Al, if mama ain't happy at home, ain't nobody happy, you know?
No, I'll tell you what, after Barry with that 3 to tie the game 61 all, Shonda, an unpaid assistant on Larry Brown's staff, but she got the job done.
Sitting in section 110.
.223 as Bowen commits his 3rd personal foul. 14 on the shot clock as the ball gets inbounded to Tayshaun Prince. Spin move through the lane, lost control of it. Here comes Parker. Tony free. Long 2 drop, 63-61, San Antonio.
You love his game. His game is, he understands his range now. Now, he was open at three-point line. He went right inside the lane, took that 18 to 20-foot jump shot.
Hamilton. Horry staying with him now on the switch. To Ben Wallace with 2 on the clock. And Ben comes away and holding his knee as it's dropped in by McDyess, but Wallace came away grabbing his left knee.
Well, there was a collision over on the left side of the lane. Bowen was knocked down on the ground, and then, unfortunately for San Antonio, it opened up the offensive rebound.
Horry. And Wallace with the rebound. Ben comes slowly down the court, but Hunter takes it all the way in and scores. Gets fouled, Lindsey Hunter.
That's a situation where Barry had an opportunity to force a change of direction of the pass. Now keep an eye right on Hunter. He sees that he's got an opportunity here. I'm sorry, it was Parker. And you can see he had an opportunity to face him up and force him to pass the basketball. But if you're going to turn your body like that, the offensive player is going all the way.
Bowen will come out. Parker will come out. Beno Udrih will come in. Ginobili is in to wrap up the period. Hunter will go to the free throw line. Detroit has scored 24 points in the period, and it's their highest scoring quarter in the 11 played thus far in the finals. And it's thrown away.
Yeah, first time we've seen the trap.
Hamilton for Hunter, but McDyess is there.
Yep, they're in the trap again. Let's see if they go for another one. Oh, another steal.
And they do. And Hamilton will go to the basket. And McDyess will follow this time again, but no good. Under a minute to play now.
Yeah, they had the opportunity. 2 great steals. Totally unexpected. First time in this game that they've shown the trap.
40 seconds. Detroit up by 5. Duncan to Horry. And it's out of bounds, and the ball will belong to San Antonio. So now there's a 7.7-second differential. 31.7 to go in the quarter.
Yeah, big thing right now is run your good play. Pop made the call from the sideline.
Ginobili. Stolen again. Here goes Hamilton on Barry.
Oh, and two.
And it will count.
Yep. Excellent call. Excellent call. A beautiful, evasive move by Hamilton. Now, good anticipation. Now watch how he avoids Barry. Right here. That was beautiful. And then, unfortunately for Ori, just a split second too late. But don't you love him running that down? See, that's a guy not giving up on anything. He came from at least 20 feet back to catch up, to try to block that shot.
Ori with a goaltend. Hamilton can't make it a three-point play. San Antonio can play for the final shot of the period. But Detroit has taken a 7-point lead. And Detroit 16-2. The differential is fast break points in the game. Under 10. Parker bounces it out to Ori, who dropped it, collects it, and then scores with 2.9 to make it a 5-point game.
You have time here now. You have time.
Hamilton from about 35 missing, and that's the way the period will end. But a good quarter for the Detroit Pistons. Their highest scoring quarter of the 2005 NBA Finals. They outscore San Antonio 29-23 in the period. And after 3 in a game Detroit has to have to make it 2-1. Otherwise, San Antonio goes up 3-0. It's Detroit 70 and San Antonio 65 in this presentation of the NBA Finals on ABC. Resumes after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Drives the lane, kicks out to Cardinal. Card number 3, and it's good! Grizzlies have taken the lead with game over! How do you like me now?
Remember, he who crows the loudest may eat the most crow.
What does that mean? 1.4 seconds left, inbound pass to Bibby. Bibby, it's a 3! Bibby, it's a 3! Kings win! And it's...
That's what it means.
Thanks, Coach.
Learning about karma. That's moving forward. Toyota, official partner of the NBA.
Mom! We're on high alert here!
It's the #1 movie in America. With a bullet. Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
Try the great new taste of Pepsi One. The one sweetened with Splenda brand sweetener.
That was easy.
That was goaltending.
Check.
Ball.
Fantastic. I love this game.
The U.S. Open, America's Championship. Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, and Vijay Singh battle in the most demanding test in golf. The 150th U.S. Open begins Thursday at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Wallside brings the factory into your home during our Factory Direct sale. Get double hung tilt-ins from under $200 installed. Take $150 off custom bays and bows. And get custom 5-foot patio door walls from just $6.99 installed. Plus, there are no payments and no interest for 1 full year.
We can do that. We are the factory.
Give us 15 minutes. We'll show you what the factory can do for you. Call now. 1-800-521-7800.
Chevy's proud to be the #1 selling passenger car brand in America. We have 9 cars with at least 30 highway miles per gallon. We've always broken the rules. Now we're rewriting them. Introducing for the first time ever, the Chevy Employee Discount for everyone. You pay what we pay, not a cent more. Now lease a 2005 Impala sedan for $189 a month. Residency restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Chevy drives the Motor City. See your Detroit area Chevy dealer today.
I'm Don Shane. All the highlights and all the interviews coming up.
fourth quarter begins. Al Michaels with Hubie Brown, Michelle Tafoya, Stuart Scott. Detroit on top 70-65 with 12 minutes of regulation to play. We've talked about the two coaches. What great pals they are. Popovich, the best man at Larry Brown's wedding. We mentioned the other night that Larry Brown had read 130 pages of James Patterson's 4th of July the day of game 1, and then he finished it the next day, handed it to one of his assistants. So I asked Popovich last night, I said, what books have you read during the finals? He said, are you crazy? I can't even pick up a magazine. So I said, you've taken so much from Larry Brown. I said, this is one thing you obviously didn't take from him. He said, are you kidding? Larry knows everything. Me, I'm just trying to catch up.
Everyone has their own way of relaxing.
A mutual admiration society, and two guys who between them have won 3 NBA championships, and Larry has an NCAA championship to go with that. San Antonio to inbound. Here we go. A big Detroit finish in the third quarter to make it a 5-point lead.
Right now at the end of 3, fast break points, Detroit 16-2. The 13 turnovers by San Antonio, allowing Detroit to get out into the open floor.
Duncan.
Oh, good steal.
Taken away, and that's another steal.
That was a nice strip by Lindsey Hunter.
Detroit had 3 steals in the last 1:13 of the third quarter, and McDyess puts it in. And Hubie, when you think about it, Popovich, he got Parker and Bowen out of the game at the end of the third, each with 3 fouls. He went to his bench, and they had 3 turnovers and a goaltender.
Well, you give Detroit a lot of credit, Al. They went for that 3-quarter court trap. They caused the turnovers, and they made things happen. Parker. They'll give him that. They'll give him that long shot.
Tayshaun Prince. Phillips re-spots. And then Ori with a rebound. Pistons with a 7-point lead, equaling their biggest of the game. The Spurs' biggest lead tonight has been 6 points.
They're doing a good job, taking the ball from one side of the floor to the other. That's one thing Pop wants. Unfortunately, they've had too many turnovers.
Duncan, and when Duncan goes off the glass, it is money in the bank.
Yeah, well, Timmy's been struggling here tonight. He's 5 for 13 from the floor. He's doing an excellent job on the rebounding, but they've been able to get him where he is missing. He's not shooting that high percentage of over 50%.
5-point lead. Phillips goes to the hoop and gets fouled on the way in.
Well, this is the guy that you want to open up now. He's a fourth-quarter guy. You know that he can make the threes. You want him to attack the basket either off the dribble or posting up Parker and taking advantage. You cannot foul him. He's an 89% shooter during the season, 89% shooter here at playoff time.
Foul is on Parker. That is the 4th on him. Phillips makes the first, and of course the 4th game, 8:30 Eastern, will get it started from here Thursday night. And then if Detroit wins tonight, we're guaranteed a 5th game, which will be played here on Sunday night. Again, in the NBA Finals, 2 and then 3 in the middle, and then 2 back in San Antonio if necessary. Left in a 6-point game.
We're trying to play 2-man with Ginobili and Duncan. When you play San Antonio, the one thing you have to try not to do, and that is to commit early fouls at the top of the quarter and allow them to get into the penalty situation early. And because they continue dribbling. So the big thing is when they're putting the ball down on the floor, you got to play a little soft, but cut off the lane. Just try to refrain from the cheap foul.
First team foul, and you've got McDyess will be called for the goaltend on what will be a basket by Brent Barry.
Now, Brent Barry's having an excellent game here tonight. That's his 10th point, and it was on a beautiful change of direction move.
Coming off 2 games in which he was blank So Barry in double figures. The only other Spurs, Duncan and Parker in double figures, with Tony leading with 17. Chauncey Billups from downtown.
He worked that. He came off the screen into the middle and then set a double pick and right back again in another pick and spot up and created a mismatch with Duncan.
And then Ginobili throws it away. And Billups.
Oh, wow!
Left-hander.
Oh! What a great move to negate Duncan's shot blocking ability. What a shot!
Chauncey Billups giving Detroit its largest lead of the game. It's 9 points. Mohammed misses underneath. And then Ginobili and Billups come together in backcourt. And we'll take a look at Billups again, this last, well, the three-pointer and then the amazing scoop.
See, that was just beautiful. He just ran Duncan back. Now, how about this? Look at that finish. That was a beautiful finish. Mainly he had the presence, that he had the confidence that he could finish with his left hand.
Little left hand hook to make it 78-69. And this one goes on Billups. Offensive foul, 8:48. That's his fourth. Another look at the Billups play. 78-69 Detroit.
And the sun burns into your eyes. You watch a plane flying across the clear blue sky. This is the day your life will surely change. This is the day when things fall into place.
Leadership is plural, it's never singular. The San Antonio Spurs are a perfect example. Tony Parker has been leading his team since playing in France at age 17. Tim Duncan developed his quiet determination in the Virgin Islands. And Manu Ginobili mastered the game's intangibles growing up in Argentina. And the result is a shared vision.
And the pride of the great Lone Star State are NBA champions, and the Spurs have wrapped it up.
1, 2. 1, 2.
The new BMW 3 Series.
See the comedy Joe Siegel calls a summer blockbuster. Jeffrey Lyons says this is Adam Sandler's funniest movie.
Stuff happens. Yes, it does. I mean, look what happened to your ears.
The Longest Yard. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
Buy it, use it, break it, fix it, trash it, change it, mail, upgrade it, charge it, point it, zoom it, press it, snap it, work it, quick erase it. Technologic. Buy it, use it, break it, fix it, trash it, change it, mail, upgrade it, charge it, point it, zoom it, press it, snap it, work it, quick erase it, write it, cut it, paste it, save it, load it, check it, quick rewrite it. Buy it, use it, break it, fix it, trash it, change it, mail, upgrade it, charge it, point it, zoom it, press it, snap it, work it, quick erase it. Technologic.
ABC Sports exclusive coverage of the NBA Finals, brought to you by Miller. There's good enough and there's better than it has to be. Miller, good call. The all-new BMW 3 Series. And Batman Begins in theaters Wednesday, June 15th.
Chauncey is, our captain.
We call him Mr. Big Shot. Best point guards in the NBA. Powerful.
Dribbling the ball, passing the ball, scoring for us. He does it all.
We expect Chauncey to make big plays down the stretch, and he's been doing it.
And he has been the man after the Pistons had one three-pointer in the first 10 quarters of this series. Chauncey has 3 three-pointers since halftime. Here's Michelle.
Well, in that last huddle, that that's exactly what Greg Popovich emphasized. He said, fourth quarter is Billups' quarter for threes. We all know that. We've got to guard him. They worked on some different defensive strategies. He also told his team, we've got a lot of time left. Now, no fouls, stops, not fouls. And on offense, he said, we're not looking for anyone's special play. We're still looking for ball movement. That's what he's emphasized all along, right, Hubie?
Absolutely. That's their game, and that's when they're at their best, when they spread the floor and force the defense to react at least twice.
But Duncan has it rejected. And then Hunter is able to hold on to it. They'll reset with Billups up top.
McDyess and Hunter have come in here now and given him a quick 9 points.
Hamilton, short. Punched up in the air by McDyess and saved by Detroit.
Now you got to reset now. You got to reset and get what you like.
McDyess from 19 feet.
Hey, McDyess is on fire, Al. He's 5 for 8, and Duncan just looked at him rather than come out and close him down. And by that we mean come out and guard him and force him to put the ball on the floor.
Detroit up 80-69 with a little bit more than 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. And they'll press on the inbound.
There it is.
Bowen gets trapped, but he gets fouled as well.
That's okay. The main thing is that you prove to them again that you can trap them and almost force them into a turnover. What you never do is jump in the air against the trap. You saw the dribble and a jump. That would have been a turnover if you didn't get that foul. But the big thing is to show aggressiveness if you are going to trap.
That was Hunter's foul, his first, and now as Parker goes in toward the hoop, he gets fouled. Tony loses his shoe in the process.
Well, from now right down to the end, in this last 7 minutes and 56 seconds, there are not going to be many gimmies, and by gimmies we mean uncontested layups. You're going to go down in there and force these people to make the shot, or if they do get fouled, go to the foul line and make 2 foul shots.
Nothing deters Tony Parker. They give him a moment to put his shoe back on. And he's very much like, if you likened it to a baseball player, it's a guy who keeps getting knocked down. A pitcher will throw at him, but the guy never gets intimidated. He just gets back in and digs back into the batter's box. Doesn't matter what you do to him, he'll come at you again.
I like his attitude because he never moans about the contact. He never says, you know what, I didn't get a call. I should have been on the line. He just plays the game and understands that it is a game of contact here. This game is played a foot above the rim. How about that?
Misses both.
Well, that's not out of the ordinary. We have 4 starters from San Antonio who shoot in the 60s during the regular season. Now, I know in this series they've been shooting 80%, but at any time they could go on a terrible percentage rate.
Absolutely, and there's McDyess with the bank. Detroit with a lot of daylight right now. 13-point lead.
Isn't it great when you make shots? When you make shots, the defense is a lot tougher.
Duncan's running hook doesn't go.
Look out, 4 on 2.
Hunter will stop. Hamilton is there for the offensive board.
Yeah, that's good. Get it out, regroup yourself, listen to your coach. Larry Brown is making a call.
Ori ready to come in for the Spurs. Hamilton gets it. Muhammad loses the rebound. They'll set it up again with a fresh block.
Yeah, see, they have Parker on Hamilton right now. Because when you're playing Hunter and Billups and Hamilton together here, you've got to decide which guy you're going to put Hunter on.
Hamilton gets the loose ball in the lane.
Oh, boy. Everything is going their way right now.
You lose the ball, one of your guys is there to pick it up.
Yeah, but in the first half, that was San Antonio. They would get a block shot. They would run down the rebound and put the ball in the basket. The ball now is bouncing Detroit's way.
Well, the complexion of this series is changing, at least to this point. Home sweet home. McDyess off the glass.
Well, he has come off the bench and did major here. See, Hamilton knows that he can shoot any time up over the top of him.
Pistons by 15.
The new, more exhilarating BMW 3 Series.
How do we get more taste than Bud Light and half the carbs? 150 years of American brewing know-how. Ah, the sweet taste of craftsmanship. Great taste, less filling, Miller Lite. Miller, good call.
Mom! We're on high alert here!
It's the #1 movie in America. With a bullet. Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
Sport is sport. A foul's a foul. And a bat's a bat, even if it's flat. 10 feet on the west side is 10 feet on the east side. Football is football. Unless it's football. Now, a win's a win. A loss is a loss. But no matter what, you better come with it. Because it's 90 feet to first, no matter where home is.
Taco Bell's Club Chalupa. Crisp bacon and grilled all-white meat chicken, loaded into a crispy, chewy chalupa shell. It's one club only Taco Bell could create. To get the club with a twist, think outside the bun.
Tomorrow, see the movie that critics are calling brilliant. He's here. A masterpiece.
Bruce?
Batman Begins gets it absolutely right. 2 thumbs way up. Batman Begins. Rated PG-13. Starts tomorrow.
You're watching the Pistons as they take back the momentum from the Spurs in Game 3. Stay with Action News for live team coverage and all the post-game highlights. And the Stars came out tonight at the Palace. You'll hear from all the celebrity fans coming up on Action News on your side.
Juby, it's time now for Cooler Talk. It's presented by Gatorade. These two teams, and we've been seeing this now for 3 games.
Yeah. Well, we know that there has been a ton of contact throughout the series, but you expect it any time that you have 2 teams that are noted for their defense and their shot blocking, and then also intimidate you with physical play in the paint. So this is going to happen. This is part of the series. It's exciting, and you're just watching now. The scene is shift. San Antonio took care of business at home, 2-0. Now all of a sudden, let's see if Detroit can take care of business in their house.
Stevie Wonder in the house. And with half the period to go, the score right now is the final score of Game 1, except the opposite, 84-69 San Antonio, the final in the opener. Bowen misses. Duncan is there for the rebound. Hands it to Parker, and Tony scores. 84-71 Detroit.
Big thing is now San Antonio, you don't want to keep fouling, wasting time and giving them a new 24-second clock. You want to play solid defense, try to hold them to 1 shot or get the turnover. There it is right there.
There's the turnover created by Tim Duncan.
Well, that was close to the backcourt.
And now Parker will drive all the way in, get fouled, and go to the free throw line.
When you have a double-figure lead, and you're in this 4th quarter, and you're down inside of 6 minutes, possessions are magnetized. You got to try to not turn the basketball over. And then, when the opposition takes advantage and is out on the break, you must get them to shoot. They must make the field goal. You cannot let them get down into the painted area and then put them on the foul line.
8 of 21 is Tony Parker from the line in the 4th quarter in the playoffs. Meanwhile, Chauncey Billups committed the foul. And on Chauncey Billups, that's 5 fouls. So Billups with 20 points, been the spark, but right now has to sit with 5 fouls. and 5:47 to play.
Yeah, but this is going to be a short period of time. We just saw a quick trap by San Antonio. Nothing happened. Now they match up man-to-man.
And Prince gets fouled.
See, that's good basketball. Run your set offense. You don't have it. Take them strong to the basket. If you get fouled, go into the basket, you shoot two. Good sound basketball, but you have to run some time here now. Also, because you got to be thinking, Billups is going to have a short stay on that bench before he comes back in.
Ben Wallace having a short stay on that bench. On the other side, Tayshaun Prince. It was Ben who got him off to a hot start tonight. Had 5 early blocks. Prince coming off a 3-point game the other night and ice cold in San Antonio. Tonight has 11 points, and now he can make an even dozen with that second free throw.
Well, this is a typical Detroit playoff game. Hamilton and Billups both have 20 points. Then 2 other starters in double figures. This is how you're accustomed to watching them play.
Ginobili lays it off for Parker. Tony from inside the arc. Ticking down to 5 minutes. 13-point game.
Big factor in this game has been the inability of Ginobili to get shots. He's only 2 for 5 from the floor. Naturally, the point production is only 7.
Prince, one on the shot clock. Rashid, but he gets it back, and with a fresh clock, another 3. Same result. Now Ori, before he can get it away, you've got the ball coming back, and Ori going over things with Delaney.
I'll just keep an eye right here. Now, Ori was just knocked out of bounds. Now you can see Rashid pushes it back up here again. Was another 3. Ori stepped back in bounds. So you cannot jump in bounds, catch the ball, and land in bounds.
And a foul here called by Delaney.
Now, right now, the energy, the rhythm of the game, all of the bounces, everything going Detroit's way. Greg Popovich told us today we want to cut down, limit our turnovers. We cannot give them momentum out in the open floor. 18-2 on fast break points for Detroit.
Ben Wallace after that brief rest with the dunk. So after Bowen commits his 4th foul, Detroit retaining possession on the play with Ori, and then Wallace with the dunk to make it 88-73.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The birthday boy, 34 years old today. That's his 4th free.
4 out of 6 from behind the line. Bowen with 12 points.
Plenty of time.
Prince. Look out. Duncan comes away with it. Now Parker has got Ginobili on the flank. Manu spots up for a 3. That would have created a nervous moment in this building.
Not in the cards today, though.
Spurs in their 3 finals, this being the 3rd, have never allowed an opponent to score 90 points. With Detroit almost certain to get that because they have 88 at this point. And Detroit will retain it. Norrie says, wait a second, that's not possible.
Right.
Shot clock is at 3.
Yeah, and Ori has a good complaint right there. I believe that on the reverse spin, I think that Rasheed Wallace just lost control of the basketball. That's what Ori is asking for.
Won't get it. That's the downside. Upside is only 3 seconds for Detroit to shoot. And Hamilton is free. 4 threes.
I think it's safe to say it might be in the stars tonight.
It might be. Chick Hearn might have it in the refrigerator, the late, great Chick Hearn.
Right.
With the butter getting hard and the eggs cooling. 90-76. And Detroit, the beneficiary of another San Antonio turnover.
Well, San Antonio has definitely lost the spark, the quickness of the movement of the basketball.
Rip Hamilton, a big night. Phillips, a big night. Pistons, a big night. And they needed it. 90-76 Detroit.
The Dukes.
Y'all think you can catch me now?
Cousins.
Did those legs come over easy?
Outlaws.
Find the Dukes.
Drillbillies.
That's what I'm talking about!
They're not armed,
Officer, I think something bounced up into my undercarriage.
yeah, right, but they're hazardous.
You guys get a score here?
No, but do you have an application?
The Dukes of Hazzard. This film is not yet rated. Starts August 5th.
Rated T for teen. I'm a street racer. I put everything I had into my ride. I never lost. Everyone wanted to roll with me. Watch my back. Then I made a bet with some punk online racing for pinks. Now I made one stupid mistake, and everything I built, gone. But I ain't losing again. Now I'm coming for your ride. Build it, race it, put it all on the line. Juiced.
THQ.
The new, more exhilarating BMW 3 Series.
If you think your kids are ever going to stop asking you for money, you are getting old. Father's Day is the perfect time to look into retirement planning. Retirement, loans, insurance. AIG.
Introducing brand new Blazing Buffalo boneless wings from KFC. Yep, boneless. Each made with 100% premium breast meat and glazed in our special new Blazing Buffalo sauce. Hurry in and get 6 for only $2.99 or 18 for $8.79. Also available in honey barbecue. No bones, all flavor at KFC.
In American history, there have been 9 times when a vice president has taken over for a president. But the 10th time will be a first. Gina Davis is Commander-in-Chief. Coming this fall, only on ABC.
Detroit by 14. We remind you of your late local news. Nightline and Jimmy Kimmel Live coming up after the game here on ABC. Why have the Pistons been better tonight, Bill?
What do they call it? Detroit basketball. Desperation is an unbelievable opponent. They've got momentum and they've got everything going. It's going to be a very long week for the San Antonio Spurs.
You know,
this crowd is going.
The playoffs, Bill, are all about adversity. Nobody handles it better than the Detroit Pistons the last 2 seasons. They've done a phenomenal job of really containing the paint. Manu Ginobili, a non-factor tonight. That's been critical.
All right, remember, Game 4, our coverage begins 8:30 Eastern here on ABC. Back down to Alan Hubie, guys.
Thank you, Mike. Hubie, you know as well as I do as a big sports fan all these years, we've reached the point everything is overstated, overwritten.
Absolutely.
Everything you read and you hear after the 2 games, terrible series, boring, San Antonio dominant. This is why they play the games. And as I said at the top of the show, after 3 games in a best of 7, you can't be any closer than 2 games to 1. Somebody has to have 2. The other team has to have 1. And that's where we're headed right now.
No, I like it. And I like the Detroit game tonight. 4 starters in double figures. McDyess off the bench in double figures. They have 17 offensive rebounds. And they forced a good ball handling team like San Antonio into 16 turnovers and got out in the open floor.
And they've held Duncan and Ginobili very much in check. Tim has been limited to 14 tonight with 10 rebounds. Ginobili 7 points, 4 rebounds, and Manu has turned the ball over 6 times.
Yeah, see, that was unnecessary. Yeah, Bennett Salvatore was right on top of that. And Rick Hamilton. You know, they came up, they thwarted off 2 traps. All you had to do is keep your dribble. You know, the main thing is watch the situation right here. See, just hold it, turn around and face it. That's an offensive foul. Arm go right out. 14. 2:40 left in the fourth. Parker swinging underneath and nobody to hand it off to. Wow, that was a swarming defense. That was beautiful to watch. He had an advantage, but the 2 white shirts just cut him off, did not allow him a shot attempt. 17th turnover tonight by the Spurs. How about this guy? Hamilton. Well, they needed Hamilton. It was hitting 33% in the series to get hot, and he has done that tonight. He's almost 50% from the field. That's right. He has 24 points in the game. A guy like Rip Hamilton is a shooter. Shooters think every shot is a good shot. So consequently tonight, he's working hard. He's gotten up 23 shots tonight. And they're all in his areas, his key areas. And finally, he's come aboard. He's 11 for 23, making good decisions. And they call that on Hamilton, and of course the crowd hates it. And Hamilton's all the way down at the other end of the floor, resting against the stanchion right now. And now he finally begins to walk away from that spot. They're going to bring Hunter into the game with Bowen at the free throw line. 5 fouls on Hamilton and Billups both at this point. But the good news for Detroit is you only have 2:13 to play. 15-point lead for the Pistons. Hunter. Working inside to Rasheed. Good movement all the way around the floor. And then Hunter misses with 1:50 to go. And Robinson has that blocked by Hunter. Lindsey Hunter has been a pest out there. He's been all over. Another steal. Nice. We got Wallace to Wallace to Hunter to Wallace. Bingo. We said it earlier tonight. When you make baskets, the defense picks up, and everybody's playing with a little bit more energy. 94-77. So the Pistons come home, and a series breaks out. It'll be 2-1. Game 4 is Thursday. A 5th game is now guaranteed. There will be action here on Sunday night in Auburn Hills. They use the whole clock. Udrih tries to save it along the far side, and we have 58.1 seconds. Now this is pretty. This is unselfish play. Watch the trailer in the middle of your picture right there. Reward the big guys when they run, especially a big guy who has been leading you in intimidation, shot blocking, rebounding. 6 offensive rebounds tonight. 3 steals. The man has been all over the place. Never mind all of the intimidation where he has moved his feet quickly in the painted area and cut off guys getting to the basket. Arroyo off the bench for the first time. Darko Milicic is in the game. He's become known as the human victory cigar because when he gets in, it's like when Auerbach used to light up. You know the game's in hand. And Arroyo from 18 feet. Duncan was 5 for 15 from the field tonight. That's his worst percentage ever in a finals game. So they held him in check. They stopped Ginobili tonight. And the Pistons pull away in the second half. And will win this game handily. And Devin 96-79, and that's the way it's going to wind up. The Detroit Pistons guarantee at least a 5th game
They make it 2-1. Stevie Wonder got it started tonight with a little pregame mini concert. And Hamilton and company provided the coda, as Detroit wins it by a score of 96-79.
Well, they just continued the defense for the full 48 minutes out, and you like their offensive play tonight. They finally hit a groove.
Stuart Scott.
Thanks a lot, Al. Antonio McDyess, Rip Hamilton, Rip. Finally, after 2 straight games, the 14 points, he finally break out with 24. What was the difference for you?
Moving around, you know, not letting him try to grab and fight with me and things like that. I just thought if I just keep moving and keep running him off as many screens as possible, I'll get a better opportunity at the basket.
In game 1 and 2, when you only had 14 points, it was a matter of energy, Coach said. Why was you all's energy different?
I don't know. You know, that's a mystery. You know, I think tonight we really came out here and took care of business at home. You know, we did what we did. We defended. We helped each other out, and we got to win.
All right, Rip, nice game. Antonio McDyess, there was a time in your career not long ago that you thought you'd never play basketball again after 3 knee operations. What is it like to actually be in the final?
It's feel good. I feel that I'm fortunate just to have the opportunity to play with these guys and be on the court. You know, basketball is my life, and, you know, I had the opportunity to come back and play. I feel good.
There was a time that you told us that you would cry sometimes at night because you thought your knee would never allow you to get back. After the game tonight, what's going on in your mind as you all have this thing now within 1 game?
I'm just happy we got the win. You know, like I said, I was just fortunate to be on the court tonight and fortunate to be back playing. But, you know, tonight we just made 1 giant step and just got to keep going and try to stride and get the next 3.
All right, once and for all, who's the quietest guy on the team? Is it you or is it Tayshaun?
Nah, Tayshaun by far.
Yell it!
Oh.
Yell it!
Tayshaun Prince.
Obviously, Tayshaun Prince is now the quietest guy on the team, Al.
All right, but it'll be a noisy Piston locker room no matter who's in there tonight, because the Detroit Pistons, in a game they had to win 96-79. San Antonio on top after 3 games of the series, 2-1. And we'll be back. The Palace of Auburn Hills, the site, to wrap up Game 3 of the NBA Finals right after this.
How do we get more taste than Bud Light and half the carbs? By spending 150 years perfecting our craft. Now that calls for a cold one. Great taste, less filling, Miller Lite. Miller, good call.
Cinderella Man was not the story of a great boxer. It was a story of a great man.
I have to believe that we can make things better for our family.
I'm always behind you.
It's a film about people finding the strength to do what they have to do to carry on.
Cinderella Man, rated PG-13, now playing.
The new, more dynamic BMW 3 Series.
Fantastic Four in theaters July 8th. NBA Finals Thursday night, 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific on ABC.
Men don't like to shave. They'd rather light their shorts on fire or eat dirt. Easy, fellas. Nivea soothes the pain of shaving. With moisturizers and vitamins, Nivea for Men Aftershave Balm soothes and improves. Nivea for Men. More evolved skincare.
3 hours ago, I said to you, who needs to play great for Detroit? Chauncey Billups.
Chauncey Billups, 20 points, 7 assists, 6 rebounds, 3 threes. Just a banner night.
So Detroit wins it 96-79. 2-1, the Spurs on top. And we'll be back for Game 4 in 48 hours on Thursday night. From here at the Palace, it all starts at 8:30 Eastern Time, 5:30 Pacific. Until then, Al Michaels, Hubie Brown, Michelle Tafoya, Stuart Scott, and our entire ABC Sports crew saying good night from Auburn Hills, Michigan.
In American history, there have been 9 times when a vice president has taken over for a president. This fall, the 10th time, will be a first.
The United States
Why do you want to be president?
I can't imagine what it must be like for you.
I love you.
Madam President?
Can't you smell the history?
The President of the United States.
The time has come.
I know I can do this.
Emmy winner Donald Sutherland and Academy Award winner Gina Davis is Commander-in-Chief. Coming this fall only on ABC.
I'm proud to build trucks and SUVs to a higher standard.
Professional grade.
I'm proud to build the world's most powerful V8 pickups.
The most powerful midsize SUVs.
The most powerful full-size SUVs.
And I'm proud to offer something we've never done before.
Our very own employee discount. You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more.
Get an 05 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab 2-wheel drive SLE for just $24,116 with your employee discount. See your local GMC dealers today.
What I'm about to do should be impossible for another 6 months. At least that's what my first doctor said. So I found a new option at Henry Ford. It used an advanced technology to repair my spine without harming my back muscles. All I know is I walked out of the hospital in a few days, and the most important thing the other doctors said I couldn't do, thanks to Henry Ford, I can.
What solution do you need? We're Henry Ford. We can.
It's the Chrysler and Jeep Superstore's APBA Gold Cup races. There's lots of action on the water and off. Because right now, qualified Daimler Chrysler employee lessees can lease the Chrysler 300 for just $299 a month when they trade in or turn in their existing vehicle. Plus, test drive any Chrysler or Jeep vehicle and get 2 free tickets to the races on Sunday, July 17th. Don't miss the action during the summer sales drive. Get to your Chrysler and Jeep Superstores today.
Oh, don't you love that? Good ice cream! Where is it? You're getting an ice cream? You think they're coming back soon? I sure hope so.
On demand, free with Comcast Digital Cable. Pick from movies, cable shows, classic sitcoms, and cartoons. Then play, stop, rewind.
Oh, they're back.
Or pause.
Where is my...
Comcast Digital Cable with On Demand. $29.99 per month for 6 months. Now TV waits for you.
Hey, looks like you got that Ranger fully loaded.
Almost.
Man, you got that F-150 all tricked out.
Not quite.
You got everything on that tough Ford Super Duty.
Just about. Now I do.
Get any built Ford Tough truck and choose a premium gift package from the Home Depot at no extra charge.
Current ACD plan lessees can lease an F-150 4x4 for $199 a month with $1969 due at signing.
You're watching WXYZ 7. Now, action news at 11.
Great hustle by Benwell. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That sound you hear, fans cheering the return of the Pistons' winning ways tonight. Yes, sir, the defending champs are back in the game. Good evening. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. It was close until about the fourth quarter.
Yes, indeed. That's when the Pistons we're all used to seeing. We're back in the game, of course. Our post-game coverage begins with sports director Donnie Shane live at the Palace tonight. And, boy, we needed a win, and we got it handily tonight, huh?
Yes, indeed, Carolyn. In fact, Rip Hamilton had a tremendous game. Is at the podium right now. Let's listen in on Rip and see what he's saying after the game.
You guys at the beginning of the game, and did you know that he was going to have a big game? Was there any sign that you knew early he was going to have a big game?
Ben's going to be Ben. You know, I think that, like I said, he made a statement from the first play when he got in the passing lane, got the and-one, got a dunk, and really got the crowd into the game. You know, that's our emotional leader out there. You know, he doesn't say a lot, but he goes out there and plays hard. He gives it his all. And he was out there rebounding, you know, like I said, blocking shots, defended. When he got the ball underneath, he dunked it or made a great play. You know, and that's what Ben Wallace does.
Thank you. Coach Popovich is scheduled up next.
Okay, there's Rip Hamilton. Let's show you some highlights from this game that the Pistons win by a 96-79 score and get back in this series down 2-1 in the first quarter. Very first play of the game. Ben steals the inbounds pass, goes all the way, slams it, and got fouled. Ben was incredible at the start of this game. Ginobili hurts his knee right here, had to leave the game. That looked pretty bad, but he came back and played okay. More Ben. Look at the block right there on Tim Duncan. He was doing everything, including taking this charge by Duncan. Officials got that one right. and the tough shot of the quarter. Look at Chauncey scoring and getting fouled. Still the Pistons down 6 after 1. To the second quarter, Pistons fast breaking. Watch the alley-oop from Rip to Tayshaun for the slam right there. And a few moments later, another fast break. Rip starts it to Chauncey. They go to Rasheed. He fumbles it, but lays it back up and in anyway. And we, Ben, have been waiting for this. The hard foul right there, Chauncey on Parker. Pistons down 1 at halftime. Terrific third quarter. Pistons here. Rip really got going. Makes the shot right there, kind of the runner off of the glass. And then Rip to Ben. Look at this slam over his head down and through. The Pistons were up by 7, and it only got bigger. The steal right here to Lindsay. To right side. Rip misses it, but look at Antonio with the slam. Pistons up 5 after 3 in the fourth. Look at this fast break, and watch Chauncey with the left hand as he crosses over. How pretty is that? They were up by 9. They led by as many as 19, and they win Game 3 here at the Palace by a score of 96-79. Chuck Daly joins me as always. You predicted it. This is what you thought would happen. Ben, I thought, really got him going emotionally and into the game right at the very top of this game.
Well, you're absolutely right, and he's got to play that way. Defensive rebounding, he was very aggressive defensively. He took charges, did everything he had to do. But quite frankly, everybody had huge games. And I mentioned going into this that the last 18 minutes of the previous game, they found out how hard they had to play. They haven't played this hard all year.
All right, Greg Popovich right now is meeting with the media. Let's join that press conference.
You know, they were in passing lanes, picked up the court. I thought some individual people on their team really picked up their games in that regard. And I think that overall, that was our demise. 23 points off turnovers. And for us on the road, when we lose a game, 9 times out of 10, that's what pops up for us. And valuing the ball on the road is very important. It was a big priority for us before the game. But you just can't give up in the 20s points off turnovers. And it's a double whammy if at the same time you give up 20 points on the offensive board. So I think they were very aggressive and very focused in that sense. They did a great job. You know, Ben was a man possessed going to the board. I thought their perimeter guys did it. And that was disappointing because I think overall they played for, you know, they sustained it for more of the 48 than we did. You know, we both think the same way. Both teams think the same way in that regard. And they won that mental battle tonight. It was a 63-63 game with less than a minute and a half to go in the third quarter. And, you know, we tried to give Tony Parker a rest for 1 minute, and the dam burst from that point on. They got a few more turnovers. The crowd got into it, spread a little bit, and we didn't get back in.
Head coach Greg Popovich of the Spurs. Now, you talked about what they did right and how they carried it over. Now the difficulty of sustaining it into the next game.
Well, they can't kid themselves about taking the next game off. They've got to come with the same energy because this is too good a basketball team, and they'll make some adjustments. I think that the pressure down court bothered them. Lindsey Hunter, I think, changed the tempo of the game. Instead of coming down and setting up, they pushed the ball hard, and they got some easier shots out of it. I think they got to look at it, and they got to go down court and pick them up.
We talked about a lot of complaining. As you said, the losers seemed to complain. You saw it. I think everybody sitting at home saw it. They were complaining a lot, the Spurs, about a lot of the calls.
Yeah, well, there was more complaining on their side. The team that's down and losing, it's normal. That's the way it is, and always will be and always has been.
Okay, let's go back to the studio, but we're back with more of the post-game show and the highlights for you. Everything associated with this win over the Spurs tonight. Back to you in the studio.
We needed it, and so good to see. So good to see Manu and TD sitting on the bench at the end with sorry faces tonight. All right, thanks, Tony. Well, the Stars came out to watch the big game at the Palace tonight. Action News reporter Cheryl Choden is here to tell us who she spotted in the crowd. Cheryl?
Well, it was a great game. More than 22,000 people packed the Palace. Everybody wanted to see this game. There were a lot of faces you would have recognized, especially the face of the entertainer who started it off.
It was a great way to start the game tonight with a Detroit superstar like Stevie Wonder, both a star and a fan.
I've got great confidence in the Pistons. I always have. I believed last year that they would win, and they did. So I'm very hopeful this year as well.
But he wasn't the only celebrity in the house tonight. This palace was filled with movers and shakers.
I feel good. I think everything's going to be all right. I mean, we just got to buckle down and play the game we know how to play, and I think it's going to help a lot being in the back home.
They got to clamp down and get on the defense, and the offense got to be on. Everything got to be on. Everything got to be flowing together.
And running's not our game. We slow it down. And Chauncey knows what to do. They're the world champs.
San Antonio's hitting everything. Hopefully it'll be a different story. Our guys will get hot and their guys will get cold.
They came in limousines, they came in groups, and with families.
First playoff game I've seen.
Isn't it nice to be watching and not coaching?
Yes, it is.
They came to see the Pistons play just like all the other fans. Although some fans came for autographs, and not just from our team.
That was cool. I mean, I didn't think he'd stop. There's all these people here. That's cool, though.
You know, you don't have to be an entertainer or even a player to be famous or important. Something very serious happened tonight. A man had a heart attack in the second period, an older man, and a doctor 2 sections over ran over to give him CPR and save his life. And we talked to him just a few minutes ago.
I saw some security guards run up to him, and they were knocking him, and he wasn't responsive, and I told Jeff, I said, he's dead. And I ran 2 sections over, toppling over people, and I just got to the guy. I looked up, and my childhood friend, Dr. Dan Rosenberg, was there. We looked in each other's eyes, and we said, let's do it. And pulled the guy out. I gave mouth-to-mouth. He gave chest compressions. No pulse, no respirations. After 3 or 4 minutes, he just kind of spit up after I gave a breath, and had a great pulse. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable.
What was going through your mind?
Nothing. You don't think. It's instinct. I mean, they train you to do this. I'm a pediatrician, but they train you this back in med school. I mean, this is, you learn about it. You rarely do it, but just instinct.
So the Pistons are heroes tonight, and so is Dr. Todd Marcus. Reporting live at the Palace, I'm Cheryl Choden, Channel 7 Action News.
All right, Cheryl, I think we ought to give the doctor tickets for next season. Emotions ran high in the stands tonight as fans reveled in the excitement of Game 3, and there was plenty of it. Action News reporter Joe Mason has that part of our coverage live from the Palace. Joe?
Stephen, until the 4th quarter, this game was a real nail-biter, so we decided to talk to some Pistons fans about riding that very big roller coaster.
Stressful, very, very emotional in a long set, but I mean, that's what the game's all about. I mean, that's what basketball, I mean, if it wasn't the ups and downs of the game, I mean, what's the sense of watching it?
I can't even describe it. Just when it's good, it's really good, but when it's bad, it's horrible.
It's definitely emotional, wears you down, and I'll be back for more for the for the next game. But it's been a great series, 2 incredible teams, and they're capable of putting runs together, and we've seen it tonight.
That's what you're here for. That's the adrenaline flow. That's what it's about. That's the excitement.
So a very big win tonight. We'll get back on an emotional roller coaster Thursday night. Live at the Palace, Joe Mason, Channel 7 Action News.
And I vote for an early lead instead of tying.
Oh, yeah. I had to turn the TV off until they got up by 7, and then it was on from there. If you watched it, you know it was a fight to the finish tonight between the Pistons and the Spurs.
Let's see if we can take a look at another one of the great plays from the first quarter. Here's Chauncey Billups making a drive for the basket. Then he tosses off to Ben Wallace, who slams it for 2.
Stay with us. We have plenty more Team 7 coverage of Game 3 still to come right here on Action News. You don't want to miss it.
Miss Nightline? Miss this. And coming up on Nightline, a new summer blockbuster, and the tickets aren't cheap. The Price of History, King Tut returns.
Chevy's proud to be the #1 selling passenger car brand. And we also have the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. We've always broken the rules. Now we're rewriting them. Introducing for the first time ever, the Chevy Employee Discount for everyone. You pay what we pay, not a cent more. Now lease an 05 Trailblazer LS 2-wheel drive for $219 a month. Residency restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Chevy drives the Motor City. See your Detroit area Chevy dealer today.
For a good.
And welcome back to the Palace. Pistons coach Larry Brown is now addressing the media. Let's join that press conference.
Before the end of the 3rd quarter, we got an unbelievable defensive run. Dice and Lindsey. I think from then on, we just kind of played at an unbelievably high level. But, you know, it's one game. Now that game's over. I think our guys have unbelievable respect for them and realize it's going to take our very best to make this a competitive series.
Right here. Coach Dave Hogue, Associated Press. Talk about the job your guys did on Ginobili, holding him to just 6 or 7 field goal attempts.
Well, I don't know if it was holding Ginobili. I think as a whole, you know, we defended great. We got 23 points off turnovers. We did a great job on the board. You know, I think for the most part our defense was set a lot better. You know, I think if you noticed in the 2 ball games there, they controlled everything. We didn't get to the line very much. We didn't shoot a good enough percentage to keep them out of a running game, and you know, they really spread us out tonight. You know, we got back defensively. We were set a lot better. And then by us having some shot blocking, you know, maybe dribble penetration is not as evident as it was in the other games.
Desmond on the other side.
Coach, Desmond Wallace from ESPN. It seemed that there was a stretch there tonight where Chauncey Billups really got his offense going. How important is it to get Chauncey Billups going, to get your team back in this thing?
Well, you know, I think anybody that's watched us all year, we do best when we have pretty good balance, and I think obviously he's a huge part of that. He plays off of other people, I think, so well. We were able to get, you know, rip off a little bit, which is pretty tough because Bruce is such an incredible defender. You know, Dice came in and scored a little bit, which opened things up. I think for Chauncey, Rasheed early, you know, I thought we forgot about him the way he started. But when we have balance, you know, he has a tendency to get high percentage shots, and he's as good a standstill shooter as there is.
2 final questions here in the middle.
Larry Allen Babbitt, Holland Sentinel. Talked about Rip earlier. He maintained his confidence with how, even with Bowen's defense on him, because he was getting good shots. Any difference tonight simply knocking down shots, or did you do something to get him in a rhythm?
Wow. I told him that I think the worst thing you can do against Bruce is pump fake and pump fake. I think you got to come off the screen, either shoot it or deliver it, because he never gives up. You know, he gets into you with his body. He fights through every screen, and I think Rip is a rhythm kind of shooter. And I think the most important thing we wanted him to understand is to get his shots, you know, in that kind of situation. Then he made he got a few off the break, which gave him a little confidence. Early on, I thought he was, you know, trying a little too hard, but when he's scoring, or excuse me, when Chauncey's scoring or other people are scoring, I think it opens it up for him. And, you know, Pop even put Bruce on Chauncey a little bit. So, but we can't exist without, you know, getting good shots, and most of our good shots come off of screening situations or making the extra pass. We're not a dribble drive or post-up teams, so to speak, like them, and that's where Rip's at his best.
Last question in the front.
Pistons head coach Larry Brown, you know, let me ask you this. 48 hours, as you just said a minute ago to me while Larry was talking, and everything seems to change. Why is it?
The minds of men, primarily. They get in a mindset of what kind of game they had to play. But in all fairness to the Pistons, the route they had to take, the 7 games, emotionally, physically, fly back, fly out there, they never get settled in. They're settled in now, and they know what they have to do. If they lose a game here at home, they know why. They just didn't give the effort. Because when they give the effort, they're going to compete.
Okay. Chuck Daly, we will be back a little bit later on in the show with more here from the Palace. Stephen and Carolyn, back to you in the studio.
Don, Chuck, thank you very much. That Larry Brown's, his excitement is infectious, isn't it?
Flatline. Anyway, we are going to join Sports Director Don Shane with more post-game coverage from the Palace for you.
In the meantime, another great play from the second quarter. Take a look at this one. Rasheed Wallace tossing the ball to Tayshaun Prince. You know, he misses it, but Ben Wallace picks it up. Tosses it back to Tayshaun. There it is. Another 2 points.
Big Ben. You're watching live Team 7 coverage of Game 3 of the NBA Finals. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Around the corner, around the globe, Habitat for Humanity volunteers and homeowners build homes that may look different, but have one thing in common. They provide hope. DIY Network and Habitat for Humanity. Do it yourself. Do it for others. Joining us in this powerful partnership is Masco Corporation and Whirlpool Corporation. Join DIY in Detroit and help bring vision to life with the Jimmy Carter Work Project, June 19th through 24th. For more information, visit DIYnetwork.com/habitat.
Put a stop to pop-ups. SBC Yahoo Online Protection blocks viruses, pop-ups, and more. It's all together in one place. Included with SBC Yahoo DSL, now just $14.95 a month when you order online.
Why should you get to Cedar Point right now? It's the best! We've turned up the excitement with the new Max Air. Gravity loses its grip as you go weightless with every twisting, turning swing of Cedar Point's newest ride. Sound good? What are you waiting for? Get to Cedar Point, the best park on the planet.
First came the award-winning CTS. And now comes STS. Lightning strikes twice. Cadillac. Breakthrough. The Cadillac employee discount for everyone. You pay what we pay.
Why should you be a Bell Tire customer? 1, out-the-door pricing. Mounting, balancing, valve stems, and tire disposal are all free. Plus, if we can't beat your best deal, it's free.
2, the largest selection of brand name tires anywhere. Nobody carries more in stock.
3, the best customer service. Experts help you choose the right tires, and ASE certified mechanics get any job done right.
Did I mention we beat all deals or it's free? Trust us, we'll make you happy you came in.
That's a promise. Bell Tire.
I'm proud to build trucks and SUVs to a higher standard.
Professional grade.
I'm proud to build the world's most powerful V8 pickups.
The most powerful midsize SUVs.
The most powerful full-size SUVs.
And I'm proud to offer something we've never done before.
Our very own employee discount. You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more.
Get an 05 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab 2-wheel drive SLE for just $24,116 with your employee discount. See your local GMC dealers today.
We've measured and cut our last post, and all we need to do now is just set it into place.
Just straighten it out a bit.
Put the uncut end of the post. Where is she going?
Oh.
Hello? Hi, Mom. I think it's her mother. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I have an itch.
On demand, free with Comcast Digital Cable. Pick from movies, classic sitcoms, cable shows, home improvement, then play, stop, rewind, or pause.
It into the ground where most of the preservative is on it.
Comcast Digital Cable with On Demand. $29.99 per month for 6 months. Now TV waits for you.
Shorty, you know the game's about picking and choosing. You don't know when you won, you so used to losing. Move around now, move around now, move around now, move around, move. Move around now. Move around now, move around now, move around.
Summer Sales Drive offers 0% financing, bonus cash, low payments on Durango with the Hemi V8.
Boys will love that.
More overall interior room than Explorer and Trailblazer.
For the boys and their stuff.
5-star frontal crash test rating.
The boys will be safe.
Plus the DVD. So how many boys do you have? 3.
Well-qualified Daimler Chrysler employee lessees coming off an eligible lease can get a Durango SLT for $159 a month, including a $1,000 employee bonus.
Now, you know, we were all down at the Palace live doing the shows, and at 7 o'clock, the skies just opened up.
It did. I didn't see that.
Val did. She came back with the wet pants from the bottom down.
You know, Dave, you get so locked up inside the Palace, you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, talk to Val tomorrow. She'll let you know what happened there, Steve. A lot of rain, a lot of spots, although it blew pretty hard and there were damage. We'll talk about that in a little bit. The rain amounts really weren't that impressive. These amounts came down in a real hurry, though. Look at the different streaks. You can see the storm paths here from this afternoon and this evening. I'll show you some amounts around the area now, and you can see that about a quarter, half an inch in most spots. It wasn't a whole lot of rain again, but it came down in a hurry, so it did cause some flooding on the streets. You can see up to the north here, the amounts a little bit heavier. So, again, not a big deal of rain, but there was a lot of wind damage. Most of it was tree damage, and it was a lot spread out. Livingston, Oakland, Lapeer, Macomb, St. Clair counties all had damage. Most of that, again, was tree damage. There was some shingles off, some siding off, that kind of thing, especially in Macomb County late in the afternoon, early evening. So, but most of it was tree damage, power lines, that kind of thing. And it looks like they'll probably not have to repeat that later on tonight. Probably just showers, not the thunderstorms. Here's a big deal, too. Look at the big cool down coming. 89 was our high today. We dropped way down below normal. Normal high is 79. We'll be below that for the next several days getting into the weekend, and probably pretty close to that average high on Sunday. So big changes coming for sure. It's 71 outside right now in Detroit. And that was around our low this morning. We're going to get down the 60s. It's already there in most spots. 66 Ann Arbor, Adrian at 68, 68 Mount Clemens as well. And we've got a big old wheel here. This is the wheel of change spinning around the UP here. Going to bring in the cooler air, going to bring in the drier air. Drier in terms of how it feels. There'll still be some showers tonight. Chance of that anyway. Pretty good chance tomorrow and even into Thursday as this call sweeps in. But it's the cooler, drier feel to the air that you certainly will notice tomorrow in the morning especially, and as we go closer and closer to the weekend. Here's what we're talking about. The next couple of days, even though the cold front's gone, the severe weather's gone, that spins around, and then we settle in for a wonderful, wonderful weekend with milder conditions. Temperature comes up a bit and some sunshine as well. Here's your forecast now. Partly cloudy overall tonight, down around 64. Shower chances about 30%. It will not be storming tonight. You don't have to worry about that. And big time cooler tomorrow. 73 for the high. That was about 15, 16 degrees cooler than today's high temperature with lots less humidity. West winds tomorrow kind of breezy at 15 to 20. Your chance of getting wet tomorrow is about 40%, 30% on Thursday. And there you go. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, dry, 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 72, 75, and 80 for Father's Day with sunshine.
Oh, well, that's nice, because it's going to feel cool tomorrow.
It'll start to warm up next week, but a wonderful weekend.
Good deal.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You got it. Get over here. You gotta get your head in the game. You're stepping in the bucket. Your mechanics are miserable. What are you thinking about? Again? You gotta be kidding me. Get over there.
He's thinking about Arby's Bacon Cheddar Melts. Come in and get 2 of them for just $3. It's an amazing deal on a delicious sandwich that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Every time you turn on a light, thousands of your friends and neighbors are right there, making sure it works. That's thousands of Michigan-based Detroit Edison and DTE Energy workers who are always there, providing you with the level of service and dependability you've come to expect for over a century. For the power of your community, E equals DTE.
The Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters and Millwrights are partners in making Detroit shine for our nation's biggest sporting events, as well as boosting the Michigan economy.
Union carpenters and millwrights are on the job with a commitment to quality and safety. We're revitalizing the hospitality industry in Detroit, building better neighborhoods across Michigan on time and on budget.
The Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters and Millwrights contribute to Michigan's economy, train the skilled workforce of the future, and build the landmarks of tomorrow today.
What I'm about to do should be impossible for another 6 months. At least that's what my first doctor said. So I found a new option at Henry Ford. It used an advanced technology to repair my spine without harming my back muscles. All I know is I walked out of the hospital in a few days, and the most important thing the other doctors said I couldn't do, thanks to Henry Ford, I can.
What solution do you need? We're Henry Ford. We can.
The pride of some Pistons fans is going to their heads tonight. Take a look. Lakeita Smith is like a walking Pistons logo. It is the creation of Little Willie. He's a salon owner on Detroit's Northwest Side. Whoa is right. Last year, his hair design was simply a basketball, but this year, he wanted to outdo himself.
A logo out of human hair. It's 100% human hair. All the way down to the basketball, all the way down here to her face. Of course, she can't go without a rim, without the dress, so I made a basketball net dress.
What's that, a mini hooper on her head? The do looks a little heavy to carry around, but Lakeita says she enjoys all of the attention it brings.
Hey, she's truly a basket case. A very special super fan was in the stands cheering on the Pistons tonight. Take a look at 4-year-old Alexandria Johnson, who won a contest, making her the Detroit Free Press super fan. Today, she spent the afternoon putting on her now famous costume. The paper is featuring her reactions following each game. You can bet she's smiling tonight after the Pistons' big victory.
Oh, yeah.
You called her a little dude.
I called her a little dude. She's a little dudette. How about that?
Well, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Can't stay up to watch post-game reaction to Game 3?
Well, join us beginning at 5 a.m. for team coverage of the NBA Finals, plus all the overnight breaking news at 5 a.m.
It's the Chrysler and Jeep Superstore's APBA Gold Cup races. There's lots of action on the water and off. Because right now, qualified returning Daimler Chrysler employee lessees coming off an eligible lease can get the Chrysler Pacifica for just $149 a month. Plus, test drive any Chrysler or Jeep vehicle and get 2 free tickets to the races on Sunday, July 17th. Don't miss the action during the summer sales drive. Get to your Chrysler and Jeep Superstores today.
Come on, Joe, what's cooking in the kitchen? Yeah.
Sirloin steak and shrimp. Juicy top sirloin steak served with your choice of shrimp for only $11.99. Choose from scampi seared, coconut crusted, teriyaki grilled, or golden fried. Only Joe's does steak and shrimp for $11.99. It's steak and shrimp crazy at Joe's Crab Shack. Hurry, create your own steak and shrimp combo for only $11.99.
Gotta go eat at Joe's.
Oh, don't you love that? Good ice cream! Where is it?
You're getting an ice cream? You think they're coming back soon?
I sure hope so.
On demand, free with Comcast Digital Cable. Pick from movies, cable shows, classic sitcoms, and cartoons. Then play, stop, rewind.
Oh, they're back.
Or pause.
Where is my...
Comcast Digital Cable with On Demand. $29.99 per month for 6 months. Now TV waits for you.
Chevy's proud to be the #1 selling passenger car brand in America. And we have the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. We've always broken the rules. Now we're rewriting them. Introducing for the first time ever, the GM employee discount for everyone. You pay what we pay, not a cent more. Now lease an 05 Trailblazer LS 2-wheel drive for $219 a month. Residency restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Chevy drives the Motor City. See your Detroit area Chevy dealer today.
A lucky lottery winner from Pennsylvania is having an extremely good year. Donna Gepper just won her second $1 million jackpot. This year playing scratch-off lottery tickets. The odds of such a feat, 419 million to 1. So far, Gephardt has paid off her mortgage, her children's mortgages, and bought a new shiny Cadillac.
I want to rub her hair. Rub off. That's the latest from Action News. We thank you for joining us tonight, and congratulations to the Pistons.
Oh, yeah. Don Shane's up next with the Pistons post-game show. Have a great night. You can sleep nicely. I know I will.
Until Thursday, right?
Yes, until Thursday.
This has been a presentation of 7 Action News, on your side. In Michigan, more people get their news from 7 Action News than any other source.
I'm proud to build trucks and SUVs to a higher standard.
Professional grade.
I'm proud to build the world's most powerful V8 pickups.
The most powerful midsize SUVs.
The most powerful full-size SUVs.
And I'm proud to offer something we've never done before.
Our very own employee discount. You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more.
Get an 05 Sierra 1500 Crew Cab 2-wheel drive SLE for just $24,116 with your employee discount. See your local GMC dealers today.
If you haven't met this guy,
Bell Tire.
You really should.
Bell Tire.
See, he knows what you want because he's got what you want. Watch. Who has the guaranteed lowest out-the-door pricing every day?
Bell Tire.
Who beats all deals or it's free?
Bell Tire.
Who has the biggest selection of name brand tires in stock?
Bell Tire.
Who has the best service?
Bell Tire.
Who invented steel-belted radials? Gotcha. If you haven't met this guy, stop by. Trust us, we'll make you happy you came in. That's a promise.
Bell Tire.
All-star and champion Ben Wallace knows a thing or two about serious bling.
Yo, check it.
Nice. Now check this. The Ford F-150. 28 World Championships is the world's favorite full-size pickup.
Now that's some serious bling.
Now, current AZV plan lessees can lease a fully equipped F-150 XLT Super Cab for $199 a month with $1,969 cash to its signing.
Hey, man, it takes a champion to know one. See your Metro Detroit Ford dealer today, and...
Well, I've had a good experience online because I move around a lot. So I'm able to find a computer somewhere, sit down, I can communicate with my agent.
We're able to do so much online.
Even if it's late at night, folks love to go to rockfinancial.com because we've got articles, we've got calculators, we've got all of our featured options. You go to rockfinancial.com, you're going to find a lot of information.
That's very convenient to be able to go online and see exactly where the loan is, where you are in the process.
You can apply online at rockfinancial.com or you can call 800-333-ROCK.
Rock Financial presents Pistons Game Day. Here's Channel 7's Don Shane.
Now that's more like it, huh? The Pistons finally played the way we expected they would and the way we wanted them to play. 96-79, they beat the Spurs, so they now trail in the series just 2-1. It is indeed a series. Our guards were terrific, and so was Antonio McDyess with 12 points and 9 rebounds. Let's go to the highlights and show you what happened right off the bat. How about Ben stealing the inbounds pass all the way, slams it, and Mohamed fouled him. Ben was just terrific in the early going. This was scary for everybody, especially the Spurs. Ginobili hurting his knee, left the game for a while, did come back and play okay, but Chuck has some thoughts on him. More Ben, look at the block on Duncan. Ben was doing everything, including taking this charge by Duncan. Officials got that one right. Tough shot of the quarter. Look at Chauncey scoring, get fouled. Still the Pistons were down by 6 after 1. To the second quarter, Pistons on the fast break. Watch the pass from Rip to Tayshaun for the gorgeous alley-oop slam right there. And a few moments later, yet another fast break. Chauncey starts it right here to Rasheed. He kind of fumbles a little bit, but still got it up and in. We've been waiting for something like this for a while. Chauncey with the hard foul on Parker. Pistons down 1 at the half to the third. Rip really got going, gets it right here on the move and off the glass. And then Rip again. Watch the pass to Ben, and Ben goes over his head for the slam right there, and the Pistons were up by 7. Now, another steal. Lindsay this time. He goes to Rip, who misses, but watch Antonio McDyess with the follow slam right there. They're up 5 after 3 in the fourth. How about Chauncey Billups? How about this move right here on Duncan? And he puts it up with the left hand. They led by as many as 19 in this thing and won the game. It's 96-79. Chuck Daly joins us as always. Wow, this is the kind of performance that we expected, and we got. What was the big difference tonight from the first 2 games?
Well, I think intensity, and I mentioned it before. They found out how hard they had to play, and they played that hard and continued to do it. There was no let-up defensively or offensively. They kept going at them. Hamilton had big numbers, 11 field goals, and he got them by really working. I don't think Bowen got any worse defensively. I think Hamilton got quicker, smarter, tougher, and worked harder.
Confidence thing for Rip to finally have his kind of game against Bowen, who had really locked him down.
Yeah, that's important that he come out of that, because you start getting into a mindset, say, this guy is in my head, and what am I going to do about it? He got a couple easy ones, and then he really worked. He got a little more patient, and he understood Bowen a little bit more. He's a very intelligent two-guard.
All right, Antonio McDyess, 12 points, 9 rebounds. I had a chance to speak with Antonio as he walked off the court.
Well, you got off to the start you wanted thanks to Ben, and from there you guys are rolling.
Yeah, I think, defensively we just came out aggressive and started playing intense basketball. I think that got us started. We started getting steals and, making them forced turnovers, and I think we did a great job.
You guys seemed calm in the midst of a 2-0 deficit. People were panicking around you. Why were you so sure that you were going to win this thing tonight and get back in it?
Actually, because, they was at home. They won too, and that's what they're supposed to do, go and defend their home court. And that's what we had to do. When we stepped on the court tonight, we knew we were confident and just coming out and getting the game.
Don't you think you've given them now some concerns to think about?
Oh, definitely. We got 3 games here, and, you got to be concerned. But, we just got to keep going. It's just one giant step, and we just got 2 more to go and try to win the next 2 here.
Thank you, Chauncey. Thank you very much, Antonio.
Okay, Antonio McDyess, your thoughts on the way this guy played and how important he was?
6 for 9, 9 rebounds. They haven't been getting that kind of delivery from the bench. They're going to continue to need it, along with 2 other field goals. So they got 8 field goals off the bench, and that's what they lacked on the first 2 games.
A lot of minutes for Lindsey Hunter, too. Now, maybe Arroyo was still hurting from that fall the other night with his ankle, but a lot of minutes for Lindsey besides McDyess.
And Lindsey did a terrific job. I thought defensively he went down court, created a little havoc. He really chased Parker. He does a little better in Parker because he's a little quicker. Parker is Parker, and as quick as he ought to be at a 100-yard dash in the Olympics or something. But along with that, he also penetrated, made some key plays, and was significant in this win.
You roll your eyes about Parker. He's a marvelous player. You think he's a little like Steve Nash a little bit, don't you?
Yeah, Nash is not as talented in terms of physical qualities, I don't think as quick, but the way Nash plays, and he was MVP of the league this year, he kept dancing in. He'll go all the way to the baseline, not looking to shoot it, and then work for his offense from there, coming back out and spotting people for shots. And that's what this kid does, Parker, and boy, it is difficult to handle.
All right, I talked about the start that Ben Wallace had that really got the team going. Here are Popovich and Duncan talking about Ben Wallace's play.
He was fantastic. I mean, he didn't let anybody block him out. He didn't care. He just kept going to the rim. He was going to go get the basketball. I thought defensively, he switched out on Manu and guys, and he stayed in front of them. Did a fantastic job that way. So he really set a tone, for them.
He was great. Came out with a lot of energy and really got the crowd and his team into it. Hit the glass hard all night. I thought he played excellent all around.
Tim Duncan, Ben had quite a night.
Well, 7 for 10, 11 rebounds, and compared to what he did in the first 2 games, it's like a whole new guy. This is the way he played against the Lakers last year in winning the championship.
All right, Chuck and I have a lot more to come on our post-game show. We are back right after this, so please hang right there as the Pistons get this huge win over the Spurs and are right back in this series. Don't go away.
The Rock Financial Pistons Game Day is brought to you in part by Rock Financial. Call the mortgage experts at 800-333-ROCK or visit them at rockfinancial.com. By Wallside Windows, we can do that. We are the factory. By Bell Tire, trust us, we'll make you happy you came in. That's a promise. By McDonald's, come into McDonald's today for our new premium roast coffee. By SBC, going beyond the call. And by your Metro Detroit Ford dealers. Check out the great deals on the new 2005 Ford vehicles. Visit FordVehicles.com.
How can I tell my grandchildren my heart is failing? I had to find a solution and a better doctor. I found both at Henry Ford. They recently introduced technology that can actually keep my heart beating the way it's supposed to. All I wanted was to give my grandkids hope. Now, thanks to Henry Ford, I can.
Yet another innovation from our top-ranked Heart and Vascular Institute. We're Henry Ford. We can.
Put a stop to pop-ups. SBC Yahoo Online Protection blocks viruses, pop-ups, and more. It's all together in one place. Included with SBC Yahoo DSL, now just $14.95 a month when you order online.
Wallside brings the factory into your home during our Factory Direct sale. Get double hung tilt-ins from under $200 installed. Take $150 off custom bays and bows. And get custom 5-foot patio door walls from just $6.99 installed. Plus, there are no payments and no interest for 1 full year. We can do that. We are the factory. Give us 15 minutes. We'll show you what the factory can do for you. Call now, 1-800-521-7800.
This is a live picture just outside the Palace as the cars are leaving, and believe me, some fans are hanging around where the Pistons come out looking for autographs. That is a something you see after each and every game here at the Palace. But a special game, obviously, tonight. We want to talk about Manu Ginobili. 26 points in the first game, 27 points in the second game. Everybody's talking MVP. 2 for 6, 7 points. What did they do tonight besides the injury, which may have affected him a little bit?
Yeah, that was kind of a strange play. He kind of tripped over after a play. Maybe you'll see it. And he tripped over him, and then he really was holding his knee. I thought it might be more severe. It wasn't, but he was not the same player. But notice how they closed the lane on him. I thought tonight all our big guys were in around the lane, up, blocking shots, much more active, making it much more difficult for him to score.
You think he was affected by that knee?
I think possibly he might have been. I think he was scared to begin with. They worked on him for a long time. I watched the bench. And when that happens, sometimes there's a fear factor, and you don't know really where you are. And I think that he looked like he played the same, and give credit to the Pistons defense. But I have a feeling that there was a little something there.
Yeah, you know, with him and you figure out something that works, you don't just go to the next game, do the same thing, because you know the other guys are going to adjust, right? Popovich is going to come up with something.
Yeah, they're going to make some changes. They'll take a long look at this film, and they have 2 days they'll sit here, and they'll look at the film over and over and see what we did well, and they'll find out what they could do better. But it basically, these two teams are pretty even. They're both great teams. The team that has the high-level intensity and is the more aggressive gets the better calls, and that's where the game goes. We were not aggressive in the first 2 games, and so we end up complaining about officiating. Tonight, they were kind of on their heels, and we got some real good whistles.
It's a mind game a lot of ways. Did the Pistons need, I guess, an affirmation in their minds to know that if they did what they thought they could do and what Larry wanted them to do, they could be successful?
Yeah, I think so. But I think in their hearts, they really think they can beat anybody. They're a very confident, competitive team. I've said all along it's a professional team as I've ever seen. They have a tendency they're professional on every possession, and when they play with intensity, they're tough to beat.
All right, we have talked about Manu Ginobili. Let's hear from Manu Ginobili after this game was over.
We knew that they were going to play more aggressively and with more determination than they did in San Antonio. So I think we're very good at holding them kind of tight for the first half when they were so aggressive. But then we couldn't do it for 48 minutes, and that's a big key play on the road. So Ben Wallace, even Lindsey Hunter, play a heck of a game on defense, and the whole team made us make too many mistakes.
You talked about how mentally tough the Pistons are. Do you know anything about this guy to be able to respond and be mentally tough as well?
Oh, yeah. He's a tough competitor. I watched him carefully in the Olympics, and he pretty much drove their team to the gold medal because he's that tough. He's got leadership qualities. He plays with endless enthusiasm, and it'll be interesting to see how he comes back. They've now become very respectful of the Pistons. I don't think they were in the first two games. I thought they thought it was going to be easy. You'll see, forget about big changes in what they do. That level of intensity, now they know how hard they have to play to beat this club.
You know, you mentioned Ginobili and what you saw in the Olympics. You've coached in the Olympics. You've seen all that. He's talking about it as if it's obviously the greatest thing, the biggest thing in his life. You think it's bigger than if he won this thing in the NBA?
To some players internationally, yes.
It is.
It's such a nationalistic thing. They come from very small countries, and there's such pride. By the way, I was in a meeting in Chicago with USA Basketball last week, and that's the very thing we talked about. We've got to get some nationalistic pride back, and that's what he has.
Okay, they call Manu Ginobili the Michael Jordan of Argentina. They call Chauncey Billups Mr. Big Shot around here. Mr. Big Shot played well, scoring 20 tonight, and talked about it afterwards.
Our best offense is our defense. I thought we came out very aggressive. Ben Wallace set the tone for us. I mean, he won the game. I mean, he really did. He was unbelievable tonight. He set the tone for us, and he kept it going. So our defense, when our defense is aggressive, and we're forcing turnovers and we're taking away people's sweet spots, then our offense is going to be a little better. We all knew how big this game was, you know. And so we've been in a lot of situations before. We've never been down 0-2. But we knew how huge this game was. So in a situation like that, we got a lot of professionals, a lot of veterans, a lot of experience, and you know how big this game is, and you know what it means, and you know the kind of, desperation you got to play with out there. So it really wasn't a message. I mean, it was just a silent message going around, but we all knew how big this game was.
You know, you coached one of the greatest point guards in the history of the NBA who had an awful lot of toughness and heart. He was a lot smaller than that guy. But does Chauncey have a little Isaiah in him when it comes to being a tough player?
Very, very competitive. I mean, you can see it rise as the game gets tougher. The more desperate the situation is, and that's the word he used, the more competitive he comes, and he wants to take over and win the game so bad. That's why he was MVP last year.
Mm-hmm. Isaiah, I mean, we talk about him how great he is. He's got that's the best player he ever coached from a little guy standpoint, right?
Well, I've said it all along, and he may not want to hear it, but if he'd have been 5 inches taller, he probably would have been the greatest player ever.
In the history of the NBA.
Yeah, and you know what? I think he thinks had Bird and Jordan been at his size, they wouldn't have been nearly as good, and I think he's probably right.
All right, we're hardly through here yet. Chuck and I are back with more of the post-game show live from the Palace, so hang in there with us. We'll be right back.
He's the leading scorer in the game with 9.
Hey, looks like you got that Ranger fully loaded.
Almost.
Man, you got that F-150 all tricked out.
Not quite.
You got everything on that tough Ford Super Duty.
Just about. Now I do.
Get any built Ford Tough truck and choose a premium gift package from the Home Depot at no extra charge.
Current AZD plan lessees can lease an F-150 4x4 for $199 a month with $1969 due at signing.
As of Wednesday, June 15th, Art Van is putting every factory order and shipment on hold until we sell off $50 million worth of inventory. We're critically overstocked, so we've taken emergency markdowns on all furniture, mattresses, and accessories. Every item is now up to 75% off. Save up to an extra $400, $500, even $600 and more on top of our sale prices. Plus, pay nothing for 1 full year. Wednesday from 10 to 10, it's Art Van's $50 million inventory sell-off.
Shorty, you know the game's about picking and choosing. You don't know when you won, you so used to losing. Move around now, move around now, move around now, move around, move. Move around now. Move around now, move around now, move around.
We measured and cut our last post, and all we need to do now is just set it into place.
Just straighten it out a bit.
Put the uncut end of the post. Where is she going?
Phone.
Hello? Hi, Mom. I think it's her mother.
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, no.
On demand, free with Comcast Digital Cable. Pick from movies, classic sitcoms, cable shows, home improvement, then play, stop, rewind, or pause.
It into the ground where most of the preservative is on it.
Comcast Digital Cable with On Demand. $29.99 per month for 6 months. Now TV waits for you.
Once again, you're looking outside the Palace here as, wow, still some cars out there as people are still taking their time getting home after tonight's win over the Spurs to get the Pistons to within 1 game of tying the series. And, of course, Game 4 is Thursday night right here, and you can see that on Channel 7. Ben had a terrific night. A lot of people have talked about Ben. Chuck and I have talked about Ben. Let's let Ben talk about himself a little bit. He doesn't like to do that, but here he is.
The biggest thing for me was, coming home and sitting at the dinner table and have my wife rate my game from 1 to 10, told me the best, I can get in those 2 games was a, So, I knew I had to come out and do something. I mean, anytime you got your family at home telling you that you're not playing the way, they're accustomed to seeing you play, you definitely got to be motivated and ready to come out and do something.
How was she great tonight? What was the number?
I don't know. I don't know. I have to sit down and see what she say.
You guys set the tone right away tonight. Right out of the gate, you had that big dunk. Was that the lift that this team needed to get this thing started on the right foot?
Well, we needed to do something. We got a sellout crowd here. Waiting to cheer for something. So we just need to come out and give them something to cheer for. Get them excited. They seem to get everybody else motivated and ready to play. So, once we got the crowd into it, we was able to make play out the play when we needed it.
All right, Ben's wife is now rating him on 1 to 10. Didn't give a number, but said, wasn't very good. This is a good thing when the wife is getting on the player and the player responds like this.
I'll tell you, wives know where the bottom line is. And let me tell you, there's one hell of a difference between that check for the losers and the winners. And they know what the number is.
He talked about pride, though. It's more than just that as we joke around. Yeah. He talked about Piston pride.
Well, they have a terrific pride in their product. Who they are. I said to Larry, I don't know if Larry will ever again, if he coaches this team or another team down the road, whether he'll ever have a team quite like this that can almost play itself out. You've got a plan and structure, but they are so competitive. This city has got to be as proud as they can be of this particular team.
Now, there's no doubt about that. Players talk frequently about not paying attention to what the media says, not paying attention to what they write. But Ben was saying it right there. The whole town's talking about what's wrong with the Pistons. They really kind of know, and are they telling the truth all the time about all that stuff?
They know everything you say, everything you write, and if one person knows, everybody knows, particularly if it's negative.
All right, so they'll pay attention, and it means something.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. All right, Lindsey Hunter had, as Chuck said, a terrific game tonight, almost a momentum-changing kind of a game with his defense mostly, but obviously pretty good with the ball and offensively as well. Here's Lindsey after the game.
What message does it send tonight to come in here and get the first one?
Well, I think everybody was really counting us out, saying that, we couldn't beat this team. And, of course, it's a long series, and that's how we look at it. And, you just got to take it 1 game at a time. And our first step was to defend our home court.
How about the way you did it? Blowout style, same way they were doing to you guys.
Well, like they did at home. They dominated at home, and tonight, defensively we dominated, and 2 great defensive teams doing what they do best.
You got to love this guy. I mean, he comes back for another year and is an important cog in what happens on this team.
Yeah, particularly the way the whole season developed. I think they were thinking of him as a reserve, well down, 4th guard, that sort of thing. And he's now become the 3rd guard, and a significant one, because in some big games, he's been very effective because of his speed. He doesn't do anything that great, but he competes, and he's got years on him. He's got legs. I'm concerned a little bit about how he'll react over the next 48 hours, because they're going to need his legs.
He made a comment saying, everybody was counting us out. I don't think everybody was counting us out, but is that the us against the world mentality coming through again?
Yeah, but he was right.
You think everybody was counting them out?
They weren't. I didn't see many.
You weren't. You thought they'd win this game.
No, I thought they'd win this game, but I'll tell you, Most people I talked to in the last 48 hours or so, they thought, well, this series is over. He was right. He was right on.
Okay, Lindsey Hunter. Back with more after this. So please hang with us on the Pistons postgame report live from the Palace.
Well, I've had a good experience online because I move around a lot. So I'm able to find a computer somewhere, sit down, I can communicate with my agent.
We're able to do so much online.
Even if it's late at night, folks love to go to rockfinancial.com because we've got articles, we've got calculators, we've got all of our featured options. You go to rockfinancial.com, you're going to find a lot of information.
That's very convenient to be.